Hello and welcome to day 4 of the $50,000 Poker Players Championship here at the 2025 World Series of Poker. Only 17 players remain in the most prestigious mixed game tournament on the calendar. And by night's end, the final table will be set. More than $1.3 million up top in this one. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi is still in the hunt. He is aiming for an unthinkable 4th PPC title. Here we see our feature table chip counts as presented by PokerStars. Andrew Yeh, the big chip leader, entering today. The payouts presented by Occupy Poker. If you make the final 9, $142,000 guaranteed, $1.331 million up top. My name is Donnie Peters. I am joined by 4-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner Kevin Gerhardt. We've got an incredible day of poker lined up in this one. It's probably going to be a bit lengthy, so settle in, buckle up, so we're going to get down to it. Tournament format presented by Splash Sports. 9 different games in this one. There you see the game order. No Limit Hold'em, 7-card stud, Omaha High-Low, Raz, PLO. Limit Hold'em, No Limit Deuce to 7 single draw, Stud High-Low, and Limit Deuce to 7 triple draw. How you doing, Kevin?
I'm ready for a day of action. I sat on my couch for the entirety of the stream yesterday. I watched every single minute, saw every single hand, and listened to every word that Ollie and Blaise said during the very long 4-hour bubble.
But we just put, before we look, we put all our cards in the box.
Correct.
That'll make it a lot easier.
Funny hand.
I haven't looked at my cards yet, but usually
107 players in this field to start. The top 17 paid. Last night, day 3, the bubble took quite a long time before ultimately Chris Klodnicki fell in 18th place.
Oh, the 1K pay jump. Oh, my God.
That's a mini main buy-in.
Everyone here is guaranteed $100,000 even. They are on a pay jump right away to start.
Pay jump.
Bunching these together.
25.
What is it at? 14 or something? What up here?
Still playing Pot Limit Omaha, a continuation from what we saw last night. We saw Klodnicki get eliminated after shoving under the gun with the King Jack 8 in PLO by Andrew Yeh. Matusow calls from the small blind and folds to the pot size raise of Roberts here. I did want to talk about early on the hand that Klodnicki chose to end his tournament on. And I had a bunch of people message me, hey, do you think this is suicide? Do you think this is a punt? Do you think this is wrong? And the more I thought about it, the more I thought it was actually ingenious for him to shove that hand and not wait. He would be in the big blind the next hand in PLO as the shortest stack in the entire tournament, and Ben Yu has enough chips to just outfold him. He wants to get his money in a spot in PLO where the equities run really close, because the next game we go to after this is Limit Hold'em, and the equities run so much further apart. You have to really pick up a hand to be able to feel comfortable going with if you make it to Limit Hold'em. Let me jump in
1 second and say that I believe that was the last hand of PLO.
He would have been the big blind on the last hand of PLO. This was the last hand of PLO. Okay. He would have been the big blind the very next hand.
Because I know that he was, I was watching, I was up near the stage, and I was watching him, and he tanked for a little bit pre-flop. Like, you could tell he was kind of, like, he got to look at Ben's stack. He's like, can I wait this out? Can I not? I know it's about to go up. Like, he was clearly, like, pained with the decision, of course, facing the 100K bubble.
Yes, the unfortunate part for him was he had to be the big blind twice in PLO. Because we're playing 7 hands of each game, and he was unluckily, there were only 6 players at the table. He was the one stuck with the big blind twice. So we had to make a decision right then and there. Do I want to go with this hand, or do I want to wait until the big blind and see if I can pick up something, and then play the small blind and Limit Hold'em, and then be forced all in on the next orbit of Limit Hold'em, the game we're seeing right now.
Picking up the action here, we got aces for Ali Eslami. He's up against Christian Roberts, who has Queen Jack. Roberts turning a pair of jacks. This ends up going bet from Roberts on the turn, raise from Eslami, and a call. River is the deuce of diamonds. Roberts going to come with a check. Quick bet here from Eslami.
Yeah, this is a very, very inflated pot. We did see it 4 bets pre-flop. Check, check on the flop, and then the turn 2 bets.
I made a fucking great fold, and I would have made the nuts. Really? I had ace-6 of diamonds.
Oh yeah, you would
I
have.
folded the queen five of hearts. I would have also had a flush good sweat.
How to get there?
Three hearts.
That's why I couldn't get there.
Everyone had a flush draw. Then Diamond still got there though.
And then when he 3-bet, I was like, I'm so happy.
Yeah, you played. I mean, you did the right thing.
I'm not results oriented. I
did the right thing.
saw
What are you gonna do?
something and I was right.
I wasn't ever results oriented. Then I dodged that monkey.
Everyone was giving you
And you
questionable.
what?
Everyone thought that was questionable fold.
Oh. They weren't thinking about what I was thinking though.
Monkey coming.
I thought 3 orbits ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben made an incredible
This is
fold
about as
last
good as it
night in
gets for
Raz
me.
with
I
ace
should
3
still
7
look.
that would have
I should still
put him
look.
all in.
I haven't looked
We
yet,
did
but I
see
should
he
still
would have
look.
caught a king as his first card, which is not a card you want to see in Raz. He was very fortunate to have made that fold, making the money
Okay,
here.
so I have a 2 spotters, a 2 spotter heart, and a paint card. I guess
For much of hand-for-hand play last night, it was Ben Yu and Chris Klodnicki, both at the same table, both trying to maneuver their way into the money.
Queen 3 away.
You see Ben Yu here is all in against Andrew Yeh, both at the same hand, although Yeh is
Flush
suited.
draws though. I got
Two
one.
flush draws. Yep.
2 flush draws against one.
I had Queen 3 of spades. That's funny. This is probably going to be a chop.
Probably.
This is where the graphic says like 5%, 4%.
Yeah.
Close, 7-2.
And it doesn't even have the time.
They both add up to 9.
We got one
I think
diamond.
you're free rolling.
Reroll.
Now it says like, what is it?
Like
You're
6%
free rolling.
or something. All right, chop it up.
All right.
Job it up, boys.
Why boring? I like that.
Andrew Yeh there is the chip leader coming into today. You can see up at the top of your screen the leaderboard presented by PokerStars. 7.8
Oh, I'm
million
glad I didn't have queen 5.
coming into
Oh,
day
that
4
would've
of this
been really
50K
bad.
PPC.
Well,
He
Queen
already
five
had a
plus one
very
is
good
a
run
cross
in the
card, though.
10K Raz earlier this summer, finishing second to Brian Rast.
Oh, that would've
A very
been
long,
Queen five had me crushing
drawn-out
the 10K.
heads-up match where Brian Rast kept getting down, kept fighting back, kept getting down, kept fighting back. Ultimately, Rast comes out on top. But for that score, Andrew Yeh did collect $205,000.
Good shake.
Yeah, I was on the rail for a lot of that. Andrew had Rast all in 3 times and ahead on 6th Street. Rast had to catch up on 7th and did all 3 times, and it was just Rast's tournament to win in that situation.
It's a fun game, that Raz.
I like it. That was bracelet number 1 for me.
All in for less.
All right, Ben Yu all in again.
All 100. 95 is going to remain from everybody.
45% equity that Ben gets to realize because he will get to see all 5 cards. The other players are able to fold post-flop. They don't necessarily get to realize their
It's just the
equity.
table is huge.
I wish they made a circle indentation for the dealers.
8-7 deuce with a couple of clubs here.
Check. Heads up to the side.
Action checks through to a 5 on the turn.
That's 100.
12% equity for
All
Ben
cards
Yu.
stable,
That's it.
please.
11% equity now. Needs to find a 5 or an ace on the river to continue in this tournament.
Big turn.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
I feel it's
I
coming.
got that $1,500 pay jump.
I feel we'll get the old Barry,
You
ace on the
already got a
river.
page on right.
You got a pay jump?
Yeah,
The hell?
$1,500.
Ace on the river. There it is for Ben Yu.
Man, you had me so dead. This is where, if you were Phil, you would berate me greatly.
How did I have you so dead? I had a pair.
I had nothing. I had to go run runner.
He did have to go runner.
No, he
Or
didn't.
just
It's just one runners.
Both were good.
But
I mean,
ace, technically.
he was ahead before. I was ahead 1 street. Seemed fair to me.
Two streets. You each got two streets.
Yeah, we each got 2 streets. It's like I did better than expected.
Supposed to check the flop.
Yeah.
I did better than expected.
So you heard the players mentioning that, well, Ben Yu mentioning that he got a $1,500 pay jump. That is because off camera
Yeah,
on
you
one
got
of the
the
outer
streets that
tables,
least
there are
matter.
2 outer tables in play.
You got
We
the
lost
streets that
Matthew
least matter.
Ashton in 17th place. He collects $100,000. Everyone is now guaranteed $101,500. So small pay jump, but pay jump nonetheless.
I love the way Andrew's playing right now. He's really stepping on the gas, just opening up any 2 cards into stacks that can't really afford to lose too many chips. Just the overwhelming chip leader, and you get to see one of the up-and-coming greats of the game. I'm going to say it right here. We're going to see Andrew in these fields for many years to come. Just really stepping on the gas, understanding how to play the big stack.
Yeah, he's got a very good table draw here. No one is challenging him really at all in terms of chips. There are some bigger stacks at the other tables, but a very nice draw here overall for Yeh. He is making his first cash in this 50K PPC event. He is a bracelet winner. He won the 10K horse a couple years ago, which is a very, very prestigious bracelet in its own right. So Andrew Yeh certainly knows what he's doing in these mixed game formats.
Andrew decided the day of day one of the 50K to try and sell for it.
Oh, yeah?
And this is his first time ever playing it.
There you go.
And you come into day 4 with the massive chip lead after just destroying the bubble, just playing like a true professional poker player.
Now, one question, I mean, you obviously know Andrew Yeh well, so I'll lean on you for insight into him. But my question about specifically Andrew Yeh is how comfortable is he when we get to no limit hold'em, PLO, even no limit single draw, right? Like the big bet games.
So he finished, I think it was top 100 in the main event a couple years ago.
There you go.
I mean, he plays all the games very well. PLO might be his worst game. He doesn't study poker to the extent that I do or anyone else does. He's just a very good feel player, right? He's not very technically studied in these games. He just is incredible with his intuition. He did knock out Sean Deeb earlier in the tournament in a PLO hand, where Sean Deeb bet called the turn. Andrew turned over his hand, and Sean Deeb goes, "That's the absolute worst hand I could see." So when you're running well, you know, you get people to just give you all their chips. That's how you play PLO.
Do you know his brother Anthony by chance?
I've never met him.
I used to work with him.
Oh, okay.
At Poker News back in the day.
Okay.
Like when I first started, he was in there. He was a field reporter alongside of us. So it's just funny how kind of all the worlds are a little, you know, colliding here.
Yeah, Andrew's always been in poker. He started off as a dealer. He used to run 75, 150 limit hold'em game every year, and then he just started playing these tournaments. He started Phenom Poker, which is an amazing poker site that I play on all the time. He's just doing everything he can to make the poker world a better place.
For those getting a little bit of a late start here to our coverage, welcome in. If you are watching on YouTube, please do hit that like button. Let's just try and get this thing cooking right away. My name is Donnie Peters. I have 4-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner Kevin Gerhardt alongside of me. You jumped into this event.
Yeah, for the first time I got to play this
How
event.
did you feel? Did you feel like you belonged?
I felt like I belonged for sure. There were just a couple of hands late on day 2 that, you know, I wish would have gone another way. You know, there's some stud hands and an Omaha 8 hand that I wish would have gone another way, but I felt like I belonged in this tournament, and I felt comfortable. The only thing that I changed about my game is I overfolded in pot limit Omaha to Ben Lamb. Okay, you gotta give the concessions a little bit, but the rest of the games I felt incredibly comfortable. Ben Yu flopping the straight here, 94% equity. Let's see if Eslami gives Ben the full double up here with just queen high backdoor flush draw. Really good fold from Eslami. Ben Yu chipping up nicely. I messaged him after the coverage yesterday. I said, "Hey man, really nice job on surviving to the bubble." And his response was, "Yeah, and now I get to run it up and truly play some poker."
High school nickname.
That's exactly what he's doing.
10, 25, 35.
My biology teacher thought I wasn't paying attention. It was like, explain this concept to the class. He said, explain this concept to the class. And I was like,
Switching the game here, we are sliding over to no limit deuce to 7
I went up to the
single draw.
chalkboard, and my friends started calling me that.
Calling you what?
Professor Ben.
Professor Ben.
Professor Ben.
I did get a chance to play with
put 'em all in
everyone
there
at this
for him.
table during the 50K
By
except
now
for
they're-
Andrew during
by now they're
my 2
scanned,
days
right?
of
I
playing
did this
it.
once and I can.
Yeah.
All right.
I will say Ali Eslami is one of the smartest people I think I've ever met in poker. Just like incredibly logical.
Put it in there.
Doesn't let his
But I really
emotions
stopped using
get
that
the best of
nickname when
him.
Howard Lederer
Just
was getting a lot
understands
of
all
bad
these games on
press.
a really, really high
Like
level.
they didn't want to be associated with that branding anymore, the professor branding.
Raise 60.
Really standard open here from Andrew, blocking an extra deuce, 7-3 deuce 2 draw. Ben, really interesting decision here. 21 big blinds.
The level is 10-25 with a 35K big blind ante for this game, so keep that in mind.
This really comes down to the read. That does Ben think that Andrew is getting a little out of line? Does he think that jamming here will generate enough folds? We can see he does not have a pat hand. He is only drawing to a 10-8. Does come with call, out of position against the chip leader. Eslami wakes up with a 9-8 pat. How big does Eslami go here? I don't think it really matters. He is going to generate 2 folds. The hands that enter the pot in front of him are not strong enough to continue, but the sizing here is a really big tell of how well versed he is in this game.
Raise 275.
Really like this sizing here. Gives him SPR of just over 1 on the post draw. If he does get called, he gets to jam very profitably. Take it down. Ben making a really good just call there, and then fold to the pat 9 of Eslami behind him. Ben was drawing dead.
You know, a lot of people kind of remark or they complain a little bit that it's quite hot under these bright lights.
Yeah.
But Ali Eslami looks like he's about to go up to Alaska.
He reminds me of the Elis Parsonins, right? Always in the
Always in the
giant
fleece,
jackets.
you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just don't care at all about the hot lights on the feature table.
Meanwhile, Christian Roberts looks like you need to get him a pina colada, and
He loves these shirts. He wears one every day. He said he bought himself a new wardrobe collection of these shirts just for the summer tournaments. You know, a recent addition to living in Vegas.
many people might know Christian Roberts from playing some of the big bet tournaments, but actively plays mixed games. Felt like he was good enough to take a shot this year. I talked with him a little bit yesterday in one of the breaks of play, and he said he felt pretty comfortable. He said there are 3 games that I think I would work on. He wouldn't name which 3,
I looked at 3.
but 3 games he thinks he would work on. Everything else he feels very competent in. Of course, the big bet stuff he feels very great in.
And it's over.
And here he is in the money doing very well.
Queen 9. I didn't need to look any farther.
Very good in aluminum hold'em.
Do a bunch of people just call you Salami?
No, when I was a kid.
Do you not like it?
Who's the most recent person to call you that? Do you remember?
This guy.
Only Bluz calls me Professor, I think.
This guy.
Well, I think Ollie called him Salami, right? I think on stream last night.
I don't know. I have no idea what they call me on stream.
Christian has played the 8160 mix with us a few times, and it was the first time I ever got to talk with him in person. Very, very nice guy, very eager to learn these games, always paying attention, always asking different questions. And it's really nice to see these newcomers to mixed games making deep runs in the toughest field of the year. Roberts knows that Matusow is incredibly tight in this game. This is a live read that Roberts needs to go with here. He has 2-pair blocking a lot of the hands that Matusow would need to make.
Please. Remember, guys, you do have to put your draw cards in these boxes.
This is one of the coolest parts of single draw, is playing hands like this with nefarious intentions. I would like to see Roberts draw 1 and pitch the 7 and then go for a big bluff.
Fair fight. Oh.
3.
Oh, he decides to go for all of it to try to make the best hand instead of just taking it down with aggression against Matusow, who is drawing 2. Matusow, it's so hard to make a good hand drawing 2. Roberts decides, even with 2-pair in his hand, that he is going to try and make the best hand instead of just representing the best hand. And Roberts once again makes another pair. So Roberts has seen 3 of the 7s to go along with 2 of the 4s, 2 of the 3s, and an 8. This is a spot where I think you need to bluff too many pairs and Matusow drawing 2, it's really hard to make a strong hand.
Bet 250.
Wow, he goes
and
really big. That's hard to make something credible
the
when you
pair, I
overpot
made 2
after
pair.
drawing 3.
And I had a
That's
pair.
that would be a
Matusow
bad
saying-
name to call him.
You couldn't
Yeah.
have paired because I made 2 pair, but nope, not true.
We saw Christian Roberts make all of the pairs in that hand.
I think you were bluffing with the best hand.
No, Mikey, if you would have thought about it and sussed it out, I mean, your pairs weren't 7s or 8s, which is the most common bluff candidate from Christian Roberts. Christian really doesn't get to go with a big sizing after drawing 3. The range of hands that he's representing, you just don't get to make that often. I would have loved to seen Christian Roberts turn his hand into a bluff earlier on in that hand.
Fold.
Maybe this is one of those games. Maybe it's like stud, because stud is the hardest game in this mix, in my opinion. You don't get enough information. Deuce to 7 single draw, and I don't know, maybe Omaha 8.
I do enjoy him drawing 3. Drawing 3?
Oh yeah.
The plan today is to get us down to the final table in this event. Don't exactly know how many they'll end with. It kind of will be determined on how fast they play.
Praise
So
the
gonna
75.
try and get down to maybe 6. Maybe we'll end up stopping with 7. Maybe we play them through to 5. But just stick with us all day. We're gonna be playing right on down.
Matusow with a really big decision here. Pat, Jack 10-8, not really a breakable hand. Eslami raising it up to a pretty big sizing. What does Mikey want to do with this hand? Does elect just to fold, keeping his tight image intact. Roberts in position with a 9-8 draw.
75. Fold.
Is this an okay open from Eslami?
Yes, it's fine. I think Ben isn't going to play back against you too much. And if he does raise, you know that his hand is very strong and you can just fold. Maybe he thinks that Matusow and Roberts are inexperienced in this game and that he's not going to get too much opposition with them, even though they are in position against him. Eslami draws 2 and makes a 9-8-7 4 deuce. Very good hand. That's the hand that Roberts was trying to make. Roberts picks up a jack. Eslami does get to go pretty big here if he wants to bet. Taking his time, considering his options. 220 in the middle.
He's reaching 225, so slightly over pot.
That's a really good sizing here. He gets to do this with so many different bluffing candidates and with hands like this where he's making the best hand. Roberts now needs to decide, is there enough bluffing frequency from Eslami here with just a Jack 9-8? This is a pure bluff catcher. Does find the fold. Very well played hand by both players.
Just remember, guys, when you get your cards for your draws,
Question
make
from the
sure
chat
all
to
5
you,
of them
Kevin,
are
because
The
boxes.
draws
you
have to
mentioned
hit here. I keep forgetting.
some of the
Get these
games, and you
cards
mentioned
together,
stud
but when you get
specifically,
all 5 new cards, you have to put them in the box again.
Yeah.
not having enough
I
information.
think it's best.
Yes.
Yeah,
How
I
come?
think, I think we should
Stud
all put them in
is
the
one of
box
the
first
hardest
and then look at them.
games
I
in the
think
mix
is
because
that
you
probably
don't
better?
get enough information
the
based
one
on the
card
up
in the
cards. So
box.
say you're playing
Okay, so
Raz.
put all of
He likes
You,
to
you,
split
you can
first,
tell
but I
all
just-
of the
just
cards
figured
that
this
people
way we
want
could work-
based on
we
the
don't have to-
up
once we do
cards
it, we don't
that
have to
are
worry
low,
about it,
that
yeah.
are missing. In stud 8, you can pretty easily tell if someone is going high or going low. Whereas in stud, you're incentivized to play a wide variety of hands, right? You can play buried 3s with a king, representing king. There's just not enough cards to give you a sense
Raise to
of
75.
your opponent's hand strength at any given time. it is one of the hardest games in the mix, in my opinion, because of that lack of information.
Matusow raising here. First to act, ace 5-5-3 deuce in his hand.
75.
Ali Eslami comes along.
And Matusow has a good 2-draw, an extra pair in the 5, which Eslami does not need. We can see he already does have the 5.
2.
Eslami drawing to the 10-8.
You know, hold on. I just want to double check. Hold on. Okay, I'm good.
2.
Eslami making a hand again. Matusow really needs to improve if he's going to beat this 10-8.
Notice Matusow's cards that he drew still out in front. He has not looked yet. Now he's going to look after Ali Eslami checks.
Pair of deuces.
Matusow's just going to check back with the pair of deuces. The 10-8 is going to take it for Ali Eslami.
Yeah, unlike the previous hand, when you're drawing 1 and your opponent's drawing 2 and you're out of position, even if you make your hand, you're more incentivized to check or bet small. Whereas in the previous hand, when you draw 2 and your opponent draws 1 and you make your hand, you're more incentivized to bet larger because your hand contains more bluffs. So we saw him decide to just check instead of using a small bet sizing.
Small, big.
Looks like we're sliding on over here to check out one of the outer feature tables. We have Michael Mizrachi in the 1C with his back to us. Justin Liberto, Jon Kyte, Marco Johnson, and Ben Lamb at this outer table.
Marco was all in on the bubble in a PLO pot against Jon Kyte last night. He ended up winning the hand and has spun up his stack quite considerably.
Yeah, after he won that hand, he made a comment like, "Oh, that'll get the juices flowing."
Yeah.
All in on the bubble, the 50K in PLO. Like,
right, let's go.
That'll get the blood pumping, that's for sure.
Decided he was ready to die or ready to try and make a run at winning this thing.
Roberts with an open here. Jacks his 5-4-3. Yeh calls in position.
Draws, please.
Everyone else folds. The object of this game, everyone, is to make the the lowest 5-card hand, deuce through 7. Straights count against you, flushes count against you. So deuce, 3, 4, 5, 7 is the best hand, known as number 1. That's what you're trying to make. But you only get 1 draw to do it. We will also play limit deuce to 7 triple draw at some point in the mix. That is 3 draws, trying to make the same hand ultimately, but 3 draws.
Right. Roberts has an unbreakable jack, as we say, with the straight draw, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Too fast.
See, Jack.
He raised it up. Andrew called with a 9-7 draw.
Roberts check, that jack's
padded,
gonna hold.
and then it went check after Andrew missed
Game is
with his king.
bad,
Andrew
isn't it?
knows his king's never good, but it's just not a good hand to bluff with.
Stud 8.
Let's study.
Stud 8 is
you do have
the draw sandwich. Dan Smith said that. I'll never forget.
Blinds are 10,000, 15,000,
Stud 8's the
50,000,
best fucking
limits of 50,000.
It is.
Tournament poker game there is.
That was it for me, guys. First hand of
It's
study.
just
Well, that's news to me.
Yeah, me too.
Octopi Poker is not only the next generation study system for everyone, but it is where you can win your way to the 2025 Poker Masters. They are giving away a seat to the opening event of the Poker Masters. It will be played inside the PokerGo studio. Enter for free now at pokergo.com/winmasters.
I say we get breaks halfway through the levels from now on.
Oh my. No, stop it. It's just painful.
Wow. I'm sorry for your loss. My condolences.
See the commissioner,
Okay, I'm
Tim
fine, rolled up.
Duckworth, and El Jefe, Kerry Katz.
15, Ali, 15.
Two of the main reasons that
scared
he
you there,
gets
huh?
to bring this coverage.
I know, I'm saying he scared you there.
This is a stud A pot.
Must have a monster here, everyone's limping.
No low cards. Andrew Yeh bring in with the 10 of clubs. Eslami and Matusow
need
both
to pull
just
back or no?
called with a pair really underrepresenting their hands. Matusow, the only one that can make a low, but only 9% of the time he needs all 3 of his remaining cards to come low. Eslami with a pretty substantial hammerlock on the high portion of this hand with 68%.
Yeh gets out of the way. That leaves it heads up between Eslami and Matusow. Matusow picks up a 7, which is good for him in terms of getting to that low. Eslami's got jacks showing, but Matusow's just going to give it up there.
Yeah, Matusow just has a pair of 5s, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, backdoor low draw. Not worth it in terms of equity to continue against the open jacks from Eslami.
How'd you feel when I folded? Pretty good?
I didn't have a jack.
I know he didn't. I had the best hand.
I wouldn't go that far.
I had the best hand.
Oh, you did?
I was going to see what rolled off on fucking 5 before I did it.
Well, if you had the best hand, then I'm happy jacking you.
Now, call me
But it
crazy,
doesn't
and maybe
jack.
I'm projecting a little bit too much here, but I get the sense that
Thank you.
Matusow is a
Keep
little bit
tipping me.
nervous today.
Fine with
Yeah,
it.
I would say yes. I mean, when was the last time you made the money in a 50K trying to play for $1 million? And Matusow has been in the conversation for making it into the Poker Hall of Fame for years now, but hasn't really done anything since 2013 with his last bracelet. This might propel him to back in the conversation potentially.
Yeah, I would agree. He does have 2 prior cashes in this event, 16th in 2007 and then 12th in 2017. So it's been a while since Matusow has been in the money in the 50K PPC. Kevin just mentioned his last bracelet came in 2013. So maybe a little bit of feeling the pressure here early on. I'm assuming, you know, that'll just kind of dissipate as we go, right? You kind of settle in, you say, okay, like now we're just playing poker.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Matusow is trying to just settle himself in. Maybe, you know, maybe he had an energy drink and he's a little amped up at this point. But once you get into the game and start playing, the nerves will go away and you'll just play the game that you know you're supposed to play. Andrew very far behind here. When Eslami caught the jack on 5th, it was very bad news for Andrew's hand. Eslami's hand is so under-repped here. But he is firing away. Andrew's in a world of hurt. Drawing to 1 out, just the remaining jack left in the deck. 5 players, it's really hard to make good high stud 8 hands. As you go down in the number of players, so like say you're playing 8-handed, the most important part of playing 8-handed is making the best low. When you get down to 5 players, 4 players, it becomes increasingly more important to make better high hands because not everyone is going to be able to make low hands. The high hand will always get at least half of the pot, whereas there's not always a low hand. So as you get lower in players, you want to battle with high hands more so than low hands. And Andrew knows that, does find the correct fold with his jacks, drawing to just 1 out.
That was an interesting one.
I was thinking that as well.
Still 16 players remaining. We did lose Matthew Ashton on one of the outer tables shortly after play started today. The goal is to get this one down to the final table today.
I got you this time.
Maybe it takes 3 hours. I highly doubt that. It's probably going to take more like 6 or 7.
Yeah, the field is still quite deep. I mean, we see at this table with big bet of 100,000. Matusow has 12, Roberts has 12, Eslami has 18, Benyu has 4. I mean, even in this stage of the tournament, having 4 big bets is still a lot. You get to pay a lot of antes, you get to see a lot of cards, you get to make really good decisions. And the decision here from Benyu to catch an ace, really good card for his perceived range, does decide to bet and take it down. Nice pickup for Benyu, picking up those blinds and antes plus the completion from Christian Roberts. I have taught myself, well, I heard it from someone, but then I taught myself the order of the 9 games.
I don't know it. I just have to read it off a piece of paper.
Yeah. So the next game after limit, after this is limit triple draw and then no limit hold'em. So we have some pretty bloody games coming up in the mix where we could see Ben Yu out of the tournament or skyrocket off of his short stack.
I do find it interesting that no limit deuce to 7 single draw and deuce to 7 triple draw are only separated by 1 game.
Yeah.
Like that's a quick turnaround, right?
Yeah. So in 8 game, it's the exact same order. And I don't know why this exists, but 8 game is the exact same order minus the no limit deuce to 7 single draw. But when they add the 9 game, for whatever reason, that's where they decided to put it in between limit hold'em and 7 card stud high low. And then right after stud high low is deuce to 7 triple draw.
Yeah, and this tournament has seen a few different formats over the years. When it first started, it was horse, but the final table was played in no limit hold'em.
Yeah.
That was for TV purposes, of course, and lo and behold, David Chip Reese goes on to win that inaugural event. I believe it was called the 50K horse back then. Then it eventually evolved into the 50K Poker Players Championship. It's been, I think it's been 6-handed, it's been 7-handed, it's had Badoogie in it. It's kind of, it's gone kind of all over the place. And it's kind of now settled on this 9-game format. And then
Sorry.
I know many people call the 3K
This table's
9 game
horrendous for
the
your
mini
backs.
PPC.
The mini PPC. Yeah, that was supposed to be my PPC, but then I kind of got a bug, and I was like,
sitting up
let me
by
put
the
out
thing.
some feelers and see if I can sell enough action to play this tournament. And lo and behold, the next morning I sold out and jumped right in. But I've heard people say they want to put Badoogie in this tournament. They want to put PLO8 in this tournament. There's so many more games, less games that this tournament could be. But I like where it's settled at with the 9 games.
I mean, really get it. My back's actually fine. I just have a spinal cord injury.
The edge of the box, perfect.
Robert's bringing it in with a 3, 6, 7 in the hole. Andrew Yeh, kind of a steal, but he has the right hand to steal with the buried ace. The queen not doing too much for him.
It's the 5 of diamonds.
And Andrew catches a very bad card for his perceived range, but not actually that bad for his exact holding. 47% to win the high hand. Roberts with a hammerlock on the low portion. Right now, Andrew's still in the lead with the high of ace, king, queen.
I got it. I'll push it.
What's new?
4 diamonds for Andrew. Does find a pair of 4s.
In the box. Got it.
And a really, really scary card rolls off for Christian Roberts in the 6,
I didn't get that either.
giving him 8-6, 5-3. And we know that Christian had 7-6 in the hole. He has a lock on the low and the best pair. Andrew, once again, running pure, making a flush on the river on 7th Street to win the high hand. Christian Roberts picks up the best card he could have hoped for in the 4 to give himself a straight. It's going to go bet, raise, call. Because Andrew could still credibly represent a wheel here, showing the 5 and 4 up. So
Raise.
Roberts is going to raise it once.
Have a straight and a 7 low.
Flush.
And Andrew, knowing that Roberts probably has the low, just decides to call. No reason to inflate this in case he has a full house of some sort.
Wrong diamond.
So they're chopping that one up. We're sliding over here. Looks like we got Mizrachi up against Jon Kyte.
Like we said, Marco Johnson was all in on the stone bubble. Does look like he has $1.5 million in chips, maybe 1.8 million in chips.
So this is actually 3-way action. We have Mizrachi, Kyte. We also have Ben Lamb. Mizrachi has ace, queen, 8-3 showing. Kyte has ace, 3, 6, deuce, and Lamb has 6, 4, 6, 8.
This is
so we are on
very,
7
very
now.
large stud 8 or better pots. Everyone could have the low. Kyte could have a straight. Ben Lamb could have a full house. Grinder could have aces up. Very, very large pot here.
Kyte did bet, and Lamb made the call. Action is now on Mizrachi. Kyte's getting pretty short over there, so this is a very important pot for him.
It is good for him that he has the betting lead and he's the one showing aggression. It really makes you think that he has one or two of the sides locked up.
So now we're on 7th Street.
Grinder checks. Can Kyte fire again? It's really good for his hand if he can bet here.
Again, Kyte's board is ace, 3, 6, deuce. Mizrachi checked with ace, queen, 8, 3, and Lamb's got 6, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah, Kyte has a 4 or a 5 in his hand. He has a very, very strong 6 low. If he has both, he has a wheel and a straight. Ben Lamb taking it over, makes the call. Grinder, quick call.
So that is a 4 shown there from Kyte. So he's going to have the low. What's Mizrachi got?
Right, aces.
Just a pair of aces.
Looks like just one pair of aces.
Ace, ace, 8, 4, 3, and then that's a king and a
King and a queen.
And Ben Lamb mucked his hand, so Jon Kyte and Michael Mizrachi are going to chop this one up. And it was a pair of aces for Mizrachi for the high, a 6-4 low for Jon Kyte.
And Ben Lamb in there with an inferior low and just one inferior pair. Mizrachi just finding the hold with aces. One pair of aces in a very, very large stud A pot.
Michael Mizrachi, of course, a 3-time winner of this event. He's won this event 3 times. Brian Rast has won this event 3 times, but Brian Rast is no longer in. Michael Mizrachi is. He could go for an unprecedented 4th title. Michael Mizrachi is also the all-time money leader in this event, just narrowly ahead of Brian Rast, and of course he's going to be adding to that lead with this run here. I was looking through some of the results last night of the whole WSOP this summer. This is Grinder's 11th cash this summer.
I was going to say that because I listened to the podcast before,
that's wild.
This morning.
That's wild.
Shout
right?
out PokerGo podcast. Yeah, I was shocked by it too because you don't really see him in the mixed tournaments. He's firing like the Battle of the Ages and like the $600 no limit hold'em deep stack, and then you find him in the 50K. I mean, obviously this is one of Grinder's favorite / best tournaments after winning it 3 times. But he really has been grinding this summer.
In addition to the 3 titles that he has in the 50K PPC, Grinder has cashed this event on 5 prior occasions. Of course, 3 of those 5 times he went on to win it. He's going to try and make it 4 out of 6 for getting into the money and then going on to win.
That's really impressive.
Toast some chips off. Let's go.
These really are the best players in the world. You find
you would have had to call
the 100 of the best players in the world to play this tournament, and then you managed to win 3 times. It's amazing.
Might have won.
You might have in the Poker Players Championship. He started the shuffle complete betting, and lines and limits will be up.
Oh no, there's some.
No one outside of Matusow that is remaining has won this event before. Matthew Ashton did win, but he busted earlier today in 17th place. So unless Grinder wins, we will have a new champion. And if Grinder wins, of course, it's number 4 in this event for him, which I'm going to say that 1,000 times while doing this stream, because that is the most absurd thing I think I've ever seen in poker.
Yeah, it's amazing. We definitely have some incredibly absurd poker things. You know, Adam Friedman winning the 10K dealer's choice 3 times in a row. Like there's some people that just claim their tournaments, and this is Grinder's tournament. Matusow picking up the action. Matusow has a very tough decision here. He decided not to lead with the 10-6 out of position. Ben Yu making a 9-8-7, an unbreakable 9-8-7. Matusow correctly breaking. Needs to catch a 7, an 8, or a 9
to win this catches a 5, everyone, it's bad because he makes a straight.
Right.
Okay?
Straights and flushes are bad in this game. Now, I don't expect Matusow bet here without catching a 7, 8, or 9. Ben is very, very happy that Matusow checked.
Matusow makes a pair of deuces.
Almost
8,
good
7,
pot.
5, 3,
Sam.
smooth.
No, he doesn't have a deuce in his hand.
There were
That
two thoughts
all-
running through my mind when Matusow sees the hand of Ben Yu. The first one was
You
the
called him,
Helmuth
he's gonna be,
version of how could you play that? And the second one was Mikey patting himself on the back for breaking the 10-6 on the previous street. I'm very happy that he went with number 2 of praising himself instead of berating another player. But don't look now, Ben Yu over 700,000 chips, started today under 100,000. This is the bloody portion of the mix. You got deuces 7 triple draw, 1 winner game. No limit hold'em, 1 winner game. 7 card stud, 1 winner game. This is where your tournament is made or broken. Ben made that absurd final table earlier in the summer with the 8-hour heads-up match between Darren Elias and Nick Schulman. And I spoke with Ben afterwards, and he very openly admitted that his deuce to 7 single draw game is not even close to the level of Nick Schulman or Darren Elias. And it really takes special people to truly understand where their leaks are in their games. Very happy to see him make it this far.
Yeah, it's hard.
I only want to call.
Both players catching really well here.
I think his hands are
Small blind versus big blind. Roberts going for a check raise here, maybe drawing to a wheel. Maybe he's conceding the fact that Andrew is in position and doesn't want to bloat the pot. Does come with the check raise. We can see that the pair of 3s and the pair of 6s, each player needs one of those cards. So blocking them is good in terms of your opponent needing that card. Roberts giving away the strength of his hand, drawing to a wheel here with the check raise. Equities do run really close in this game.
We're folded on the second one too.
Roberts makes another pair. He wishes that were a 5 to give him the wheel.
Going in the last draw.
Yeah, I got you.
Roberts coming out with a bet here.
I like that.
Yeh calls. Don't know what Yeh pulled just yet. If the cards are grayed out like that, that means the card reader hasn't picked it up, which can be a little bit tricky when there's all these different draw games, all these different cards all over the place. So just bear with us through it all. Both players do draw 1, so really wasn't that good of a card over there for Yeh. And here we have Roberts gets an ace. Yeh makes an 86.
Yeah, and Andrew's going to bet, and then Roberts should fold, but there is a world where Roberts knows that he paired 3s and 4s. He doesn't have an 8 in his hand. Andrew could have paired all of the other cards. Does decide to just give it up.
And it looks like, checking in on Jon Kyte's table once again, we are going to lose Jon Kyte.
He must have lost 2 big limit triple draw hands because he did just get half of the very large stud A pot that we just saw. But like I said, this is the bloody part of the mix where heroes are made and broken.
On this final hand, deuce to 7 triple draw, Kyte had 7, 4, 3 deuce and could not get there, ultimately finishing with a pair of deuces up against the Pat 7, 6, 5, 4 deuce for Marco Johnson, who went Pat on the final 2 draws.
What a hand.
So Marco scoops that pot. If you remember what Kevin said earlier, last night on the bubble, Marco Johnson was all in at one point, in PLO, doubled up, commented about how that really got the blood pumping for him, and now here he is making a deep run, taking out Jon Kyte there in 16th place. Jon Kyte taking home $101,500 for his finish.
Yeah, he has over 2 million chips now. He has more chips than everyone at this future table minus Andrew.
I was order more.
Marco Johnson did cash in the 50K PPC in 2023. Took 11th place there for $115,000. With the elimination of Jon Kyte, we are down to just 2 players in the field who are not bracelet winners. Esther Taylor, known as Ite, and Albert Dahir. Both of them are the only two players of this elite group of 15 players who have yet to win a WSOP gold bracelet. But of course, very much in the mix here. Could be getting there first.
Not a good one. Just 8-5. Where were all the good cards?
The good news for all the remaining players is they are playing 5-handed at each of the tables, so no one has to pay extra blinds with a 6-person at the table. One more elimination, we will have a 2-table redraw.
You can't draw 5 there.
3. Oh.
Oh. Did you say 5 or 3?
3.
Okay.
Draw to the 8-5.
Oh, okay. So I did hear
So
5.
what's this?
But
Sorry, guys.
What did you
Close to the
suppose?
flop,
8 of clubs.
Thank you.
Close to the flops in the middle.
It's good news for Andrew, picking up a very strong hand, 8-5-4 deuce. Ben Yu, a lot of blockers, good in single draw, not good in this game. Matusow picking up a premium too, 2-3, 4-6, not happy that the 8 of clubs was exposed from Roberts, but we're definitely playing this hand. Matusow calls with just a 1 draw. Definitely taking very passive lines is Matusow. You could very easily 3-bet that hand. Matusow once again making the same 10-6.
Yeh pairs a 4.
Bet. One.
Gonna go 1-1 again.
1.
Can Matusow find a 7 or an 8?
Matusow comes with a check. He made a jack against the ace for Yeh. It's going to go 1-1.
This is really interesting.
Yeah.
Matusow breaking here. He should know that a jack 6 is a favorite against a 1 draw from Andrew, and with the extra information of knowing there's an 8 dead, I would have really liked to see Matusow pat and then check and then decide on the end. Andrew's just going to check this back and hope to win. Matusow gets lucky with the king.
Yeah, Yeh threw an ace and got an ace.
Yeah, never a good feeling. Both players starting with premium 1 draw holdings, not able to make anything on 3 draws. Matusow was just destined to win that hand. If he kept the jack, Andrew catches the king.
NAPT Las Vegas is back at Resorts World for a 3rd year in a row. It is running November 3rd through 12th. Highlights on the schedule include a 50K super high roller. They have the ever so big 5K main event. Plus, there's a 1K PokerStars Open. There's also a 1K women's high roller. If you're in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, check out the PokerStars platform in your area because you could win your way to the NAPT.
Nice.
120.
Earlier today, we lost Matthew Ashton in 17th place. Recently, we lost Jon Kyte in 16th place. That means these players are now on a $7,000 pay jump.
Eslami opening the button with an above average hand, deuce 3-3-6. The 3 is a good blocker. Roberts defending the big blind, 7-6-4.
Oh, okay.
Fine, you can just put them there. I'll fix it.
The lost 2, and it wasn't you, Ben.
So Roberts catching 2 low cards, but it does give him a straight. Not a good hand in this
Tournaments, you're
game.
never out.
Is going to play it passively, break off the 6, try to draw to a wheel. These are the really interesting type of spots where you defend the big blind without a deuce and you make a straight type of hand. If Roberts pairs here, I really want to see him bet, pat, and then bet again.
Check.
Or you just make it. You just catch your second best card.
120.
Set.
Roberts catches an 8 to make an 87. He checks to Eslami, who bets 120. Roberts coming with a check raise here.
My style of playing deuce 7 triple draw, especially big blind versus button confrontations, is you should have a lot more leads out of the big blind. Roberts definitely could have led on the first draw after catching 7-6, 5-4, 3. It sets him up for a necessary bluff on future streets unless you catch an 8 or a deuce. He elects to play it more passively and kind of underrepresent the strength of his hand, where I would much prefer overrepresenting the strength of your hand to try and win it at showdown with aggression instead of just trying to produce the best hand.
Eslami pulls a jack. And Roberts is going to come with a check here.
It's coming.
Notice the difference in play from deuce to 7 triple draw versus deuce to 7 single draw. In 8-7 there, Roberts electing to check. Maybe a little bit more conservative, but more understandable in triple draw versus single draw. You're almost always betting just your 8 for value right away.
Right. I played a single draw hand against Matusow, blind versus blind. He raises, I call out of the big blinds. I make the hand that Christian just made, 8-7, 5-3 deuce. Matusow bets into me, I raise, and then Matusow just finds a call and produces an 8-6 against my 8-7. And the entire table was shocked. Like, where's the rest of that pot? We both made an 8 in single draw.
I gotta pee already.
Yeah, Roberts in that spot knows that if Eslami is drawing 1, he's very likely drawing to a better hand than Roberts has, so he's just probably going to come with a check call there.
Right. Or a check to side, we'll say. Sometimes you can find the hero folds in that spot.
Oh, nice.
120?
Yeah.
96
I
here
already
for
laddered
Roberts
$1,000.
in the small blind. He raises. Yeh
What's your
calls
name?
from the big blind.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Yeah, Roberts has 2 options here. Either pat the 9-6 or draw 1 to try and catch an 8 or a 7. I really like the option to pat.
Can't be a pat hand yet.
Because Andrew just called out of the big blind, and you know that he's
60,
drawing
yeah.
probably 2 or 3.
That's 60.
There's like no like.
So we get to pat here, and we get to bet.
To go pee. That's
there's
the
Even
worst
out of
part.
position,
today.
this is the correct play to pat this
I
hand.
might have to pee in a jar under the fucking table.
Please don't.
You didn't just say that.
Matusow.
The joke.
Someone did that once in poker, and they got disqualified. So
help you,
please
clear
don't
away
do
from
that and get yourself disqualified.
Yeah,
Mike Matusow,
you
shout
know
out
who it was.
Antonio Esfandiari down at PCA.
Fucking minute. Not even
That was a nice prop
80
bet, though.
seconds.
That was a very nice prop bet.
The prop bet was everywhere Antonio had to walk, he had to do lunges. So he's been doing lunges all day, and instead of trying to crawl to the bathroom or lunge to the bathroom after his
15,
legs
30,
refused to
45.
work, he took drastic measures.
Here you go, guys. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you, Jay.
First hand of Nolan.
You heard Jay. First hand of no limit hold'em here. We still are playing 7 hands of each game, regardless of how many players are at the
First
table.
hand.
So 2 people are going to have to take the big blind twice in this game with the additional 1.5x
30
big
out there
blind
and say I
ante.
got $1 million. That's like
There we see the other
40 big
table in play.
40 big blinds with no.
It's a lot.
Ite ran up a stack to over 2 million to end the night. We can see she's down to about 600K.
Yep.
Must have lost some interest.
João Vieira
names.
in the hoodie with his back to us. Chris Vitch, Esther Taylor, Bryn Kenney, and Erick Lindgren. They are the ones at that table.
It's nice to see a player like Bryn Kenney in these fields, obviously known for his big bet prowess.
I mean, there's a lot of really, really good stories. We have, of course, Ite, the second woman to ever cash this event. Melissa Burr cashed it once. I think she finished 9th place many years ago. But
I was trying to
Taylor,
think how many women entered this tournament. Is she the only one that entered this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, the only other one that I would think of would be Jennifer Harmon,
I don't think she
who
was
plays
there.
it. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know if she played it or not, but like she would be the only one that I think might get into this one this year. So I'm assuming it is Ite that is the only female that played it. being able to make it this far.
It's amazing. I
Is
played with her
incredible.
all day one. She played great.
Yeah, I mean, she's a mixed game vet. She's been around forever. You know, she plays a lot of cash, high stakes cash. She obviously plays a bunch of tournaments throughout the year and especially during the summer. Definitely do not sleep on Esther Taylor.
So Eslami opened under the gun, 10-9 suited. Benyu called out of the big blind, Jack 10 off. Both players flop top pair. Benyu in a massive lead here with 79% equity. Still on the short stack.
I have a hard time imagining this money just doesn't go in here.
Yeah, I think it has to. I mean, how does anything but Benyu 79% to double up here happen?
You know, Ben's got kind of one of those vulnerable top pairs. It looks like he is reaching.
Raise to 125.
Check raise to 125.
It is really interesting to me still how these big bet games produce longer tanking than all of the limit games. Right, you're playing this hand in limit hold'em, it just goes bet raise call on the flop very quickly. But since this is a big bet game and there's more options, more bet sizing, people tend to take their time, analyze the spot.
Eslami calls, and the turn gives Benyu 2 pair and a lock on this hand. He's got 410 behind, 440 in the middle. Let's see how he wants to proceed here.
It is kind of a scary board with 2 flush draws out there. We do have an SPR of under 1.
And Ben's going to play it slow.
Really slow. Ben had all the options on the table. He could have checked here, let Eslami bet, kind of representing a flush draw. Ben could have bet small and tried to get maximum value over 2 streets. He could have gone all in.
And Eslami comes to 250K. And if Yu decides to now put his money in, then I got to imagine that it's hard for Eslami to get away given the price that he's getting and the fact that there is a lot of draws out there.
Right. Yeah, I think Eslami thinks that he has the best hand here and he's betting for value.
And there is the jam from Benyu. Eslami's going to get a call, or sorry, he's going to get a count. And I imagine it's going to result in a call.
Yeah, it's only 160K more.
He's kind of nodding his head like, I mean, like, well, what am I going to do here, right?
Yeah, pretty rough spot he put himself in. He thought he was betting for value with the best hand, and now is shown the bad news that he does not have the best hand. Can we save the 160K here? The pot is 1.1 million chips. Can Benyu ever have some sort of semi-draw here?
And there is the call. And we are going to see that Ali Eslami is drawing dead here.
410?
Yeah.
Nice.
Thanks. Nine.
7 of clubs completes the board.
Don't look now, Benyu, 1.3 million chips. Ali Eslami drops to 750,000 chips. Benyu is in 3rd place.
Benyu came into today with 95,000 in chips.
Yeah, he told me that he was going to spin it up.
95K. Well, he is spinning it to the moon.
Let's go, Benyu.
30 and 45? Yeah.
I mean, Kevin just showed me the text. Confirmed. He
What?
said he was going to spin it up. So
Let's
I guess
go.
that's all you have to do. You just have to put it out there in the universe.
And let the universe do its
And
job.
then boom.
I don't know.
There it is.
Nice
Lost the
hand,
pot.
Ben.
Yeah, why would you say that after lost the pot?
I don't even know
I was
myself.
like, what the fuck?
He probably knows well as I do. 6 something?
Thank you.
Yeah, just a reminder, even though this is no limit hold'em, the ante in the no limit games is 1.5x the big blind. There's so much more in the middle to fight for. Even 5-handed, you should be playing very aggressively. Roberts with the ace-9 off. He's very comfortable in this game. An absolute sick no limit crusher has just been on a tear the last couple years. Benyu, nothing to fight with.
Eslami's got a couple of sixes here.
Yeah, he has.
I think at the
Did
exact
he say all in?
He did. He has 25 big blinds, and he just says all in. This is the hand that you want to do this with.
Yeah, Eslami doesn't really care to play sixes out of position against an aggressive player like Roberts. There might be some thought too. If Ali Eslami knows Christian Roberts, he knows he's a very well-versed no-limit hold'em player. So kind of just ramp up the variance here with a hand like sixes. That if you end up getting your money in, you're flipping a lot of the time, so it's not the worst-case scenario.
Seven.
Yeah, this is going through Roberts' head too. He knows that shoving hands like 4s through 9s here makes a lot of sense. We have a 9 blocked with probably a flipping situation. Do we want to risk an extra 650K? It doesn't really hurt us too much if we do call. Is Eslami doing this with ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king? Maybe, but probably to a lesser extent than the middling pairs. Roberts
there
does
is the call.
decide that it is a coin flip.
Not where I thought it was. Exactly where I thought it was.
Matusow praising himself again. Good job, Mikey. Good job.
Ali Eslami all in and at risk here with a couple of sixes. Does have the best hand, but he's going to need to hold up. Christian Roberts looking for the KO. Jack 5-5 with a couple of spades. Roberts does have the ace of spades in his hand. There is an ace on the turn. That's going to put Roberts in the lead. Now it's Eslami looking to hit. He's got one card to come. He's got to find one of the 2 remaining sixes, or he's going to be out of the way. Deuce of diamonds on the end.
Redraw. Now I could go pee.
We are going to lose Ali Eslami. He falls in 15th place. $101,500 for him. His first finish in the money in the 50K PPC in his career.
I would have called the jack queen. I thought he had a small pair. You put him on a small pair, didn't you?
And with that, we are down to 14 players. We'll do a quick redraw, but stay with us. It's going to be a 30-second commercial, and then we'll come on right back.
That was such an explosion, such an abomination against him, that hand. Yeah. Ben's in that, like,
Or we can do
the jack 10's like the weakest hand he's check raising that flop with.
he said do 7 10K.
Oh, that closed.
The NAPT is back this November, my babies.
This is going to be such an amazing event back in fabulous Las Vegas. I had such an amazing time at the NAPT last year. It was one of my favorite events.
Stay up to date through the PokerStars channels.
Come play with us this November.
I'll see you in Las Vegas.
Be there.
Welcome back, everyone, to PokerGo's Day 4 coverage of the $50,000 buy-in Poker Players Championship here at the 2025 World Series of Poker. New feature table. The lineup presented by our friends at PokerStars. Albert Daher is the chip leader, $4.8 million for him. Chris Vitch, the short stack. We welcome to the feature table Michael, the grinder, Mizrachi. Also got Ben Lamb up here. Bryn Kenney joining the mix as well.
Yeah.
2 tables of 7 remain.
I like the ends, though.
He spinned it up, huh?
Huh?
He spinned it up. Yeah, you just got a spinner. Beast.
I just
We
feel like
are
I'm not going to
playing
expose my
limit
cards.
deuce to 7 triple
The
draw.
middles are tough.
Back to 7-handed poker now.
True, yeah.
Roberts raising the button. 3, 4, 5, 6. You don't want to draw 1 with this hand. You want to pitch the 6 and draw to the 3, 4, 5. Mizrachi 3-betting out of the small blind. Deuce 3, 4, 7. The best 1-card draw you can have. Oh,
Even
no.
money?
Do I need to channel my inner Blaise?
Yes.
This is a disaster from Christian Roberts here. He gets
Listen,
rewarded
please, tell
and
the
makes
people
an
how you feel.
8-6. He gets rewarded and makes an 8-6. This is not the draw that you want to have. You do not be wanting to draw to the 3, 4, 5, 6. If this is your hand, you want to pitch the 6 and draw 2. He makes the 8-6, gets rewarded for his suboptimal disaster. Shout out Blaise. Mizrachi still drawing 1 to the wheel. Can make a 6 or a 5 to take the lead in this hand. 2 draws to go. Mizrachi does make a 6. This is number 2.
That's how you win 3 PPC titles. You just
number 2
rip
against
it
number
off.
9. Number 2 against number 9. 2 incredibly strong hands. Roberts is going to get told the bad news right here.
Yeah, Roberts comes with a bet. Mizrachi hits him with a raise, and then hits him with a little speech play.
Yeah, Grinder is very happy about his situation here. He knows that Roberts can't have a wheel. He didn't 4-bet it pre. Yes, it went 1-1, but Grinder loves his hand and this spot here. Roberts is just going to lose 2 more bets, unfortunately. Make the wrong play, get rewarded, still get punished by the deck.
Pat here on the end. Mizrachi comes with the bet here.
And Roberts thinks that Mizrachi could have an 8-7.
Number 2 announced.
Never a good one starts with number.
Number 2. Give you the number, you're fucked.
Well, Roberts had number 9. It's a pretty good hand.
Here we are looking at the secondary feature table.
Matusow is involved in a really, really big pot. It looks like he's getting pretty short. Andrew with the betting lead here. After the 3rd draw, Andrew's telling Mikey his hand's no good. Andrew just has a mountain of chips. Look at all those blue chips.
Yeah, those blue or purple chips are worth 100K each. The greens are 25Ks and the reds are 5Ks.
Mikey is pained here, but I think he's going to lay it down probably correctly.
8, 7, 6,
like
4,
an
3.
Yeah, very large pot going Andrew's way. We're used to that in this tournament. Mikey down to under 600,000.
Yeah, looks like right about 550 or so, 525 maybe for Matusow here. Still in it, but laying down the 8-7-6 to Andrew Yeh, who is our tournament chip leader. He came into today as the chip leader, did Andrew Yeh. He still has that chip lead here with 14 players remaining.
30-minute break. Once again, this is that time where it is color up time.
Playing triple draw here, blind versus blind. Marco raised, Albert called, draw 1, draw 3. Very incentivized to bet with all of our holdings here. Or sorry, Ben Lamb bet, Albert called. Ben Lamb makes his 8-7-6-4 deuce.
You are not the banker, that you please leave the tournament area that is including all these.
So this will be a really interesting spot here. Albert makes the 3-4-5-6. Does he draw 1 or does he draw 2 here like we just saw Christian Roberts do? He does draw 1, only drawing to the 8 to give him the best hand in this spot. Throws it away. Ben Lamb always looking like he's ready to play a round of golf. Raking in another pot.
I think I'm small blind.
Venue still 1.2 million chips. Did start with under 100K. Is in the big blind this hand. Limits are 60,000, 120,000. In limit poker, if you have over, say, 5 big bets, you're not really in the danger zone. So everyone here still has some playability. You know, you get to play 2 pots to completion. If you lose both of them, then you're out. But you still get to play poker, not just all in or fold. Vitch here in the hijack, raising it up, deuce 6, 7, 7. I actually think if Vitch had just deuce 6-7, he would probably fold, but the extra 7 gives him a reason to enter this pot. Ben Lamb on the button. Just
That's 2 bets,
calling
right?
with the 2-3-5. Ben, you 1 draw to an 8. You could play this hand many, many ways. I think folding is the worst option. I think raising is the second worst, and I think calling is the best option.
Call.
Does decide to call 3 ways. It's going to go 1-2-2. But with Ben not 3-betting out of the big blind, it kind of gives away the strength of his hand, which doesn't truly matter in this game because you are trying to make the best hand. You're not really going to get outplayed, even being out of position. And Ben incentivized.
I have to scan every time, right? Scan all 5 every time? Okay.
Ben is incentivized to check with every hand that does not improve from his 1 draw. Vitch doesn't improve, checks. Ben Lamb, very easy value bet here in position. 2, 3, 5, 6.
Section, DC, Jaja, come to the blue section.
Lamb does come with that bet.
Yeah, it's just going to go call here. You're getting plenty of odds. Ben, you still drawing to the 8-6. Vitch still drawing 2 to the 7-6. Now this is the interesting spot where Ben's going to draw 1, Chris is going to draw 2, and then Ben Lamb is going to also draw 1 on the button. I wonder what card it would take for Ben Yu to lead here. Probably only a deuce. Maybe the other hands aren't strong enough to bet and we check.
This is your next burn card.
Thank you. He threw a second one.
Yep.
I almost saw it when he pulled it back up, but I didn't see it.
But almost saw it?
Like, it definitely did a little thing. I'm just warning him in the future to be more careful.
Once again, players, as you're standing in this section, I can't start this clock until all the
Ben
players are
Lamb
out of the
on the
section.
button
Once
makes
again,
the
players,
third
I promise
best
you all
hand
those
possible and is
conversations, and then cell phones are
100%
made
to
for
win.
walking and talking.
Can he
I need
extract
you out of
more
the tournament
value
area,
from the
please,
other 2
unless you
players
are
at
the
the
banker
table?
or in the
Chris
middle of a
Vitch
hand.
making an 8-7-6 draw, blocking an extra 8 and an extra 7 is incentivized to call here. But Ben Lamb is 100% to win this pot.
Vitch confirming that you
Players, I
came
need
with
you
a
off
call,
the
and
side
then he
walls.
calls as
Any of
well.
These walls are not for players to stand.
go
We
one,
are moving a lot
one,
of chips in a
pat.
very short amount of time, and we do not need to be dodging you. So once again, I ask you, please clear the area. Security, you're going to help me out with this. Clear off the walls for me, please.
Ben Lamb trying to give a little bit of live timing tells, not just padding immediately. He isn't going to make any extra money off of this hand. Ben Yu pairing 3s and Chris Vitch pairing 8s again. Oh, Vitch is going for it. 3 8s, 2 6s, 2 7s. Decides that Ben Lamb can have so many 9s and 10s in this spot that check pat back after the second draw and can find a fold here. He's going to be very rudely awoken when Ben Lamb finds the raise.
And don't discount as it pertains to Vitch that he pitched an 8 on the last draw.
Yeah,
so he knows 3 are gone.
He saw 3 8s, 2 7s, and 2 6s this hand.
Yep.
So a lot of hands that can block Ben Lamb from having good hands.
Lamb does come with the raise. Everyone folds. Ben Lamb takes that pot.
Very large pot. 3 ways. I mean, we're in the bloody portion of the mix still.
Well, if you want to play large pots, you guys better get your butts over to Play PokerGo, because that is where the action never stops. It is free online poker. It is free online poker at its finest. They have ring games, tournaments, and the brand new No Gamble, No Future sit and goes. As it pertains to tournaments, there is a $1 million gold free roll every hour on the half hour that I would highly encourage you guys to to get on over to playpokergo.com and hop into. So in about 10 minutes from now is the next $1 million gold free roll. Just pure authentic poker, no bots, no gimmicks. Play PokerGo.com. You can also download it on iOS and Android.
Like in this spot, I might have to pull back. And
Maybe at some point I'll hop into a free roll today as we go.
But I'm just
right now I'll focus in on the action, but you guys should definitely go over to playpokergo.com. Sign up for free and get into that free roll. It starts in 10 minutes.
Trying to
Sorry about that.
Yeah, definitely stay here with this action. These are the best players in the world playing these games. If you're interested at all in poker,
this happens sometimes.
This is where you come to learn.
Sure. Yeah, all of us for sure.
You did the extra effort now.
Yeah, that one I did.
No, I wouldn't believe it.
With
By accident,
kind of a loose open
somehow got me.
in the hijack here with 7 deuce deuce, blocking the extra deuce.
But I got this.
Ben Lamb,
gave up on his
maybe less respect for Mizrachi's game than Vitch's game, does decide to 3-bet with the 7-5 deuce.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more reasonable. 3-ball. And the fold.
3.
So drawing 3 here, Ben Lamb knows that Mizrachi has
your favorite to improve the street for sure.
a deuce in his hand.
You're our favorite to improve this street. You guys are in big trouble now.
Mizrachi catches 2 of the 4s that both of his opponents need. Bryn Kenney does make number 11, the 11th best hand on the first draw, 8-7-5, 3 deuce.
Raise 120.
Does lead, Mizrachi calls. Ben Lamb in position, comes with a raise, drawing 1 to a wheel. You can see that 2 of the 4s that he needs are dead in Mizrachi's hand. Bryn did call 3 bets out of the big blind with deuce 3-7 to start. You could tell just from that action alone that he is drawing to a wheel. Is it possible that these players are giving him credit for a really strong hand with his bet and 3-bet on this first draw? Mizrachi still a non-believer, drawing 2. I don't like this from Mizrachi. I would much prefer to see him fold here. Both of your opponents have shown an interest in this pot with a raise, and if Ben Lamb behind you puts in another raise, you're just lighting chips on fire.
Short Bryn? You take
I
it back.
everyone
I wanted
else
to make
played
sure
this
that I was
hand
sure.
perfectly fine,
I checked for you.
except Mizrachi's getting a little out of line.
What's money in there?
You're still a favorite?
Me?
Yeah.
Not me. Definitely not me.
Now Ben will chop this pot with an 8, and he will make a better hand than Bryn with a 6 or a 4. Mizrachi catches a 6 and a 4 that Ben Lamb needs.
900.
Also notice the loose atmosphere of this group, kind of chatty throughout this hand. you know, so
They're really splashing around, really just happy playing mixed games, more so than you would see in late stages of a no limit hold'em tournament or a PLO tournament. This is a pat and pray situation for Bryn Kenney. Both opponents drawing to a wheel, drawing 1. Bryn is going to check and hope that he wins this hand.
There's a good possibility, buddy. I don't know about good. A really possibility. You're feeling it. Feeling it. I bet you're in trouble. We're about to fold.
Bryn finds a way to win this hand if he, assuming he doesn't fold.
Got 1.
If the grinder folded on the first draw like I would have, Ben would have made a better hand. But Bryn finds the miracle 3-way 3-bet on the flop.
Check. Here, you want this one?
I had it.
3-bet pre-draw.
It's an 8-7.
8-7-5 shown from Bryn Kenney. He's going to take this one. Quite a big pot here, almost 1.5 million in the middle.
And I said earlier, it's nice seeing people with with big bet prowess such as Bryn Kenney at this point, but he played that hand absolutely perfectly. He did exactly what he should have done. He knew where he was at. He knew that Ben Lamb raising after the first draw didn't mean that he was pat. He stuck with his 8-7-5, put in more bets when he needed to, checked when he needed to. Perfectly played hand from him and Ben. Grinder getting pretty out of line, but that's what we expect, right? He's the grinder.
Nice hold, nice hold. Yeah. Yeah, sick hold.
These are very large pots that we were playing here. As we see later on in these tournaments that contain big bet games and limit games, the limit games tend to play much larger the later the tournament goes on than the big bet games. The stacks get smaller, but the limits keep getting much higher, and it's so hard to find two hands that want to put all of their money in
little cards.
PLO, no limit, or no limit single draw. Vitch off the short stack now, 400K left, defends his big blind with the deuce 5 draw. Ben Lamb with somewhat of a loose open 7-6 deuce in middle position. Doesn't get punished by the players behind him.
Bet
60.
And now Vitch has a really interesting spot here. He can raise here and pat the 9-7 knowing that it's a favorite, or he can call and break and try and make a 7. Both players drawing 1 to a 7 here. Vitch making a 10. Could find a lead and a pat. Off of his short stack, I like check. Once Ben checks back, we can pat and then check and decide. Ben Lamb needs to improve here. He does improve. He finds the 3, makes number 2 the second best hand. Now Vitch is put in a very tough spot. 120,000 of his 340,000 left. 120K to win, 510K. Doesn't have to be right too often. But this hand, it's so hard to call here. We have a 7 in our hand. We have a 6. Some of the hands that would be natural bluffs for Ben Lamb. We don't have any 8s. I tend to see players like Vitch or Benny Glaser or like really good players try to get a little stickier than what GTO would suggest. You know, if they have any equity or any chance of winning the pot, they're in there.
One day someone's going to bluff on the stream. I haven't seen it yet.
Vitch does give it up there, and pay attention to his stack size, because it is getting quite a bit short.
For me to bluff there.
Yeah, dangerous now that we're under 2 big bets for Chris Vitch.
Tournament summary presented by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. 107 players in this one to start. 14 remain. The prize pool north of $5.1 million. The winner is going to take home the gold bracelet, the David Chip Reese Memorial Trophy, and $1.331 million.
That trophy is sick.
The worst, you can't win.
Yeah, they redid it
so
this year.
cool. Yeah,
Finally,
it looks
took
amazing.
them a little while, but looking good. Get your name engraved on it should you find yourself in the winner's circle. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, of course, has already had his name on it 3 times.
Don't you want to be the one after Daniel Negreanu, though? That seems pretty cool.
Yeah, of course.
So we saw this exact spot a couple of hands ago where Mizrachi opened and then Ben Lamb decided to 3-bet the 7-5 deuce. This time Mizrachi opens under the gun and Lamb decides to just call with the 7-5 deuce. It's definitely a situational awareness nod to Ben Lamb. He's making the correct plays in the correct positions at the right time. Mizrachi draws 2 and makes the 5th best hand possible on the very first draw.
Nada.
Is Pat. Ben Lamb not not improving at all. Does have to take 2 again. If he improves, he is incentivized to call and see 1 more street. He does improve. There is a world where Ben Lamb raises in this spot and tries to get Mizrachi to break or fold. But I really like just calling here and trying to make a 7, trying to make the best hand.
Betting?
Yeah, why not? Can't lose. I can only tie.
Really? That'd be impressive.
Lamb catches another 6 to pair.
I have a feeling you're going to show me something ridiculous.
Number 5.
That could qualify as
Number
ridiculous.
Why?
Depends how you view ridiculous in that context.
I think the ridiculous in this context means some sort of pair, some sort of bluff, some sort of
7, 6, 6, do something like that. You know?
Right. Not number 5 that, oh, I was betting this for value, because a lot of the time when you're out of position, you're very incentivized to check on the last draw because your opponent is drawing to a very strong hand.
We're still
Oh, thank you, Steve.
I guess we're still deucing. Might be more.
So Grinder continues to chip up here. That stack is growing. Seems like by the hand at this point now.
It would be a really bad situation if someone was marking the cards, or even pretending to mark the cards and then looking at them to try to make people feel uncomfortable.
Albert's turn to wake up with a very strong 2-card draw here, 2, 3, 5, extra 5.
Yeah, Albert's been a little bit quiet. He's been one of the bigger stacks in the later stages of this tournament, both last night towards the end of day 3 as they got into the money, and then here to start day 4. Daher is one of 2 remaining players in the field, yet to grab a WSOP gold bracelet. Esther Taylor on the outer table is the other player who is looking for their first gold bracelet. But Daher, don't sleep on him.
Oh, he's very
regular
very
in the highest cash games in the world. Oftentimes 2K, 4K, 3K, 6K, 4K, 8K. You name it, he's in the game.
Yeah.
That game usually does take a little bit of a break during the 50K PPC, probably the only time all summer that it actually might die down a little bit. You get players like Jason Mercier, Matthew Ashton, Albert Daher, of course, you know, that they get into the 50K PPC, little break from the cash games.
So another interesting spot from Roberts here, calling out of the small blind with 2-3-6 against Daher's 2-3-5. Roberts once again catching a very good card in the 7 on the first draw and deciding to play in flow instead of having a lead. I would have much preferred to have a lead in that spot, making a 7 draw instead of waiting for your opponent to check back or draw 1. Maybe even coming with a check raise. I much prefer lead to try and build the pot when we have the best hand or the best draw. Albert does miss again, pairs his deuce, catches a jack, and Roberts is going to win this hand.
All right, guys, new game. We are going to no limit hold'em. Lines are going to be 15, 30, 40.
All right, everyone, switching up the game here. No limit Texas Hold'em. Coming up soon, less than a week away, it is the WSOP main event. If you want to watch the full thing from start to finish, July 2nd through 16th, you're going to need to be a PokerGo subscriber. So head on over to PokerGo.com. Use the promo code WSOP25YT for $20 off your first year of a new annual plan. That also works for all current PokerGo subscribers. If you are a monthly subscriber or quarterly subscriber, then you can upgrade to an annual plan. Use that promo code and save yourself $20. All annual subscribers will be entered in to win a dream seat. And if you do win a dream seat, you're going to be coming out to Las Vegas and playing in the PGT $1 Million Championship. So only way to watch the full main event is with a PokerGo subscription.
I got a little bit of action here. Vitch shoving the king-8 suited.
Oh, look at this. Lamb finds ace-king after Mizrachi calls with the 8s.
Yeah,
Vitch an understandable shove here, being this short. King 8 suited from the cutoff. Mizrachi flats from the small. Now it's on Lamb.
This is really the only spot where No Limit Hold'em plays big, is where you get two hands that want to battle with each other, or you get a short stack that moves all in. The rest of the time, these big bet games don't really play too big. But Lamb will 100% raise from this spot. You know, 750,000.
All in.
Oh, he just says
just
all
a
in.
jam from Ben Lamb.
75 blinds. That's crazy. I mean, I see it. I get it. I understand.
I got 2-3.
I don't think Grinder's ever calling here, but he hates it. No way.
You say you don't think he's ever calling. I'm almost going to be inclined to say I don't think he's ever folding. This is Michael the Grinder Mizrachi,
Wow.
as high variance as they come.
We're risking 75 big blinds with a pair of 8s.
We're flipping.
At 6s.
Do you?
No.
I hope you do. Ace king, ace king, ace king. I know it's him.
Ben joking there with Grinder.
At 2
Grinder
eights.
does put the
That's
8s
like
in the
one
muck.
You like that? That was not perfect. 2 8s.
So Chris Vitch is in a world of hurt here. Not only does Ben Lamb have him dominated with ace king versus the king 8, Grinder folded 2 8s.
Yeah, we're hoping for some clubs if we're Chris Vitch.
At 2
I
8s.
feel like I got a lot of outs, yeah.
Fucking 8, pair of 8s.
Yeah, it sounded pretty rough.
My bad.
So you made a good fold.
It's like, you know what he has, but I should fucking just pay it. Just gamble, I know.
Could be worse flops here for Chris Vitch. 9-7-5.
Hand was wide open. Now with a sweat
Deuce of hearts on the turn. That favors Ben Lamb, who has the ace of hearts in his hand, taking some outs away from Vitch.
Could be the tennis spades or something.
6 of clubs on the end.
Wow.
Chris Vitch finds it. The non-heart 6
I'm always really happy when
to
I
make
get
a
it in.
straight and
Heads
double
up.
up there
By
through
getting
Ben
the
Lamb.
stack
It's a
in.
double up and then some because Michael
feels so good.
Mizrachi
Even
also
when you get it in bad, you're
got
like, I
in
didn't
there.
get it in
So
the bad.
Over
a triple
triple
up.
up.
And we're going right over to the outer table. And I'm getting word that Esther Taylor is all in with King Queen versus Marco Johnson's Ace 7. Jack 5 deuce on the flop, Queen on the turn, followed by a 10 on the river. And that's going to be a double up for Ite.
Okay. Okay.
So
Hanging
double
in there.
double
Wow.
here on day 4 of the 50K PPC.
No one's ready to go home yet. Although it looks like Liberto is very short. 160K chips.
If you guys haven't done so yet on the PokerGo YouTube channel, let's hit that like button. Come on, thumbs up below the video. Let's try and get us to shoot up over 1,000 likes. I feel like we're lagging behind today in terms of liking the content, so please do like the video. Subscribe to the channel while you're at it. Come on, free content. You guys really can't complain about that. Let's go.
Yeah, you hate to see that you would have won.
Roberts here finds a raise with Jack 10. Mizrachi's got ace 2 suited.
Take it out on
Comes with a 3-bet on the button.
I'm upset about the last turn. A little bit upset.
Take that into account.
Yeah, Vitch went from 190K to over 600K with that one hand. Very welcome sight for him. Christian Roberts not backing down from the grinder. Out of position, Jack 10 offsuit.
Roberts calls. Going to play this one out of position.
I heard the word payout.
Oh, look at that. The short stack that you just mentioned, Justin Liberto, has been eliminated here in 14th place. His Jack 10 was up against Marco Johnson's Jack 8, but an 8 on the river.
Wow, that's heartbreak.
I'm not sure if it was Marco Johnson's
it was
Jack 8
Andrew.
or if it was Andrew. Andrew Yeh looked like he was collecting the pot.
I think
so,
Andrew.
All right, we'll go with Andrew Yeh.
Yeah, it looked like
Which is
Andrew's
also
stacking
understandable
more
because
chips.
he's the big stack. maybe made a little bit of a looser call against the short stack, which is fine, of course.
Right.
Hits the 8 on the river, and we say goodbye to Justin Liberto in 14th place.
Yeah, Liberto played incredibly well. I was at his table on day 2, and we saw him make some really good big bet plays on the future table yesterday. We'll definitely see him in this tournament in the future.
Bet 240.
Grinder, no fear here. 3-bet pre-flop, bet the flop, got called on the turn, just ace high, is the best hand. Still firing. And it looks like Roberts is going to give it up. Grinder doing grinder things.
Grinder doing grinder things, and that is pulling in pots deep in the 50K PPC.
You knew you had ace king, would you call with my stats? That's the question.
So you said...
depends how lucky you're feeling. Yeah, now that's the question.
He's,
what do you do?
he's asking Bryn Kenney if he calls for a coin flip for 75 big blinds.
How lucky you feel. That situation's like a little different.
Love it. Everyone has that person at the table. You know, I was playing one of these 10K mix earlier, 10K horse, I think, with Jesse Ronis on my right, and he would ask me hands after, would you have done this, would you have done that?
That's a good question. When like average stacks like 2.3, yeah. I know, that's what I'm saying, that's why. Well, the other thing is because there are like big chip leaders, your middle stack is worth a lot more than if there weren't big chip leaders. Yeah. So you probably can't call off. Yeah. You probably need like jacks or something to call off because then he could have like some 10s or 9s and you don't think he has better than jacks. You know he has king 8, would you still call? If you know that he's got ace king, you know he's got a king? I don't know. You like him to have a king 8 when you've got 8, when no, not really.
I think you should have called. Fuck this guy. Huh?
Fuck this guy.
Brother, you're free rolling. You definitely think you should have called. Brother, you're free rolling. You know I'm sick, I would call. And you know me, I know your hand.
When I jammed that you might call.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of cowardly talk around here.
Dealers should all be in their
I was gonna say, I
actually felt
way
really lucky.
nittier than you guys, and I think if I knew for sure he had ace king, I love being on the good side of the flip. Having the pair like makes me feel really good. I always feel like I'm getting something. It's like another one of those.
It's like I can't give that up.
I
mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, because it is a huge shove to like do it 9s or 10s even, or like what's the shove gonna be?
I wish I knew him better. I would have kept up the straight. I had 6s longer.
Approximately 9 minutes. You need to check in at your table.
I was hopeful.
Yeah. I didn't want to soul roll you, but I
beat 6s too on the river. Don't worry, I smashed the 6s.
Yeah, you've got anything that he's got.
Yeah, but you didn't have kings. You
I could have kings. I would have called. I'm saying yeah, I was making a joke.
Yeah, but like I knew you didn't have kings because you had snap called 2.3 million.
70?
I promise there was no hand you could have that I was going to feel really good about.
Yeah,
Mizrachi made it 70K with king 7 suited, and Bryn Kenney getting a little tricky here, flatting the ace king from the big line.
Okay.
Queen jack 8 with 2 spades.
That's
45.
45K continuation bet from Mizrachi.
Obviously cannot go anywhere.
All right, you're going to tell everyone? That's fine. I'll say there's other players too. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
Heads up.
Okay.
Another queen on the turn, queen of clubs, now 2 clubs, 2 spades on board.
Earbuds.
Saw Grinder take a very aggressive line against Christian Roberts. Does slow down against Bryn Kenney.
And a king on the end could cost Mizrachi a little bit here. Let's see how Kenney wants to approach this.
Is it just because we're down to 2 tables? That's the rule.
What's that?
I don't think Bryn wants to check raise. I think leading seems reasonable.
145.
What?
Call from Mizrachi.
I'm drinking mine. You're drinking yours.
I thought
beautiful river.
Maybe you drank it from before.
No.
Oh, you drank it now?
Mizrachi does show him the king.
I don't think I'm going to drink all this.
I don't want more. Shit. Maybe
What?
it's lucky.
This thing?
I wouldn't give you a lucky one.
Oh,
I wouldn't give you a lucky one.
It's got to be a way.
Yeah, yeah.
1, 2, 3.
I'm not really a fan of the Rule 64 change. No electronics at the last 3 tables of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think
to
I
music
would prefer
throughout the entire tournament
the rule to not exist. That said, if the rule does exist, then it obviously has to be enforced, right? I mean, it's only fair that it's enforced equally across all tournaments.
Right.
Roberts makes it 65K here, and I believe the rule is final 3 tables.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
So
you still see
all
people
of my
with their
pants.
earbuds in at the final 3 tables. Like, I'd be shocked if Marco on the outer table wasn't.
I'm not really
didn't
sure
have his
what's a
earbud
rule
in.
and what isn't a rule anymore.
Right. They're just like, whatever.
You decide to wear white pants, huh?
Ben has under 30 bigs with ace-queen off, decides he just wants to call. Jam also very reasonable. Vitch in the big blind, king 5 off. Shortest stack. How many Hold'em tournaments have you played this summer?
None.
None. You still playing the main event?
Yes.
Yes. Nice.
I'm going to play the mini main event as my warm-up.
Nice.
And then I'm going to play the main event.
Did you play any stuff at the Win or anywhere else?
I played a Win event right before the summer.
Okay.
Ran fairly deep. Can't remember where I finished, maybe like 80th or something.
Okay.
Out of like 1,000 or 2,000 people. I don't know, something. Nice little tune-up before the summer.
Yeah,
Just been too busy, man.
It didn't give you the bug to want to play a little more?
Trust me, every day I walk around this place, all I want to do is play poker. But I've said it before, I will say it again, I will always choose work first.
Yeah.
That is my priority. That is why I got into this industry.
Well, I'm looking forward to the twice-a-day podcasts.
Oh, gosh. I guess that's actually a thing now, according to Tim Duckworth.
I mean, it has to be a thing. Someone put it in the universe. It has to be.
So Vitch did opt to defend with the king 5, closing the action. It goes 3 ways to the queen 9-6 rainbow flop. Roberts and you both flopping top pair. Roberts comes with a bet of 75K after Vitch checked.
Professor Ben mulling over his options. Top pair, top kicker. Didn't 3-bet pre-flop.
Raise.
Does find the raise. Roberts in a world of hurt here. Vitch did fold a king. Backdoor spades working. Backdoor straight draw also working.
Busted it. Who busted? Liberto.
It does look like Grinder is using his phone. I mean, how much are you going to enforce it? He's just told to put it away. I've heard Bob Smith say, if I see you with your phone, it's an automatic 1-round penalty. This is your only warning, you know. We'll see. There it is. Doesn't even want to hide it anymore.
He's not even trying to hide it. I mean, they just told him the rule. Well, Vitch got out of the way. Action is back on Roberts here. It's oftentimes more likely that players in Ben Yu's shoes will flat ace-queen suited versus ace-queen off. And I say that because there's only 2 combinations of ace-queen. Oh, and there's the jam. There's only 2 combinations of ace-queen suited. Obviously, the heart is there, and then the queen of spades is in Roberts' hand. And Roberts comes with the jam here.
Yeah.
You probably doesn't feel great, but Aubrey probably too top of range to
he
fold, and he does make the call.
This is the exact situation he wanted to be in. Ben Yu looking to win a 1.8 million chip pot, still with the spin up all the way to the moon. Roberts loses this, he will be down to less than $1 million in chips. Spade for the sweat? No.
3 of clubs on the turn. 2 kings were already folded, so only 1 king remains for Roberts. 4 of clubs on the end, so Ben Yu came into today with 95,000 in chips. 95000. Now has 1.8 million.
That's a crazy spin up.
Talk about the spin up. I saw the text messages that Ben Yu exchanged with Kevin Gerhardt beside me. He said he was going to spin it up, and spin it up he has.
Let's go. Keep going, brother. He's already made the 1.5K pay jump. He's made the next like 3K pay jump, the 7K pay jump. We're not worried about that. We're looking at the top prizes now. Come on, Ben Yu.
Ben Yu is making his first cash in the 50K PPC.
I didn't bubble. Now I'm still here.
Chip denominations presented by True Classic. Home to shirts, tops, bottoms, and more for men. Check them out at trueclassictees.com. We got red 5Ks, green 25Ks, and those purple or lavender chips are 100K. What is this all-in protein brownie thing we got going on?
Oh, that's the what's his name? Frankie.
That's Frankie?
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be Frankie?
That's supposed to be him. Yeah.
See, I thought it might be Frankie, but I was like, that doesn't really look like Frankie. So
you can't tell with the glasses, but yeah, that's his. I have not had one yet.
Do not deal yet, but please.
But I've been getting some really good protein bars from Targets.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go, Ben Yu. This table has so many chips on it. I mean, Andrew's table is very lopsided in his favor, but this has a very wide variety of stacks, all kind of fighting for the same spots.
We still have yet to hit 1,000 likes on the YouTube video, guys. So come on, we're right there. We're at 990. Can y'all please just hit that like button? So we see Ben Lamb here open the ace 9 of diamonds. Roberts calls with king 9. It comes ace high, ace 7-3. There are about 14 different tournaments going on here at Horseshoe in Paris for the World Series of Poker today, so that's why we're hearing many different announcements. In this room, you have the 3K No Limit Hold'em. I believe it's day 3 in that tournament. You have the 10K Deuce to 7 Championship. That is in this room. You have the Gladiators of Poker. You have the Super Seniors final table.
Yeah.
You have the $1,500 Stud High Low final table as well. So this room is packed.
So many people. I'm rooting for Huckseed at the 1,500 Stud 8 table.
Lamb takes that one with a continuation bet. Still playing No Limit Hold'em here. I believe this is the final hand.
This looks like hand number 7. Yes.
7 hands of each game, 9-game rotation. You see the plaque in the middle of the screen there. That says the game that they're currently playing. The button with the number on it, that is the hand that they are currently on. So there are 7 buttons out there right now, meaning this is the 7th and final hand of No Limit Hold'em. What's next?
Stud.
There you go.
NSORPL. Single draw. I don't know what to.
I'm just going to ask you.
ET. Yeah.
A couple of queens for Albert Daher. Makes it 75K. Mizrachi defends ace, jack, offsuit. Comes queen high. Top set for Daher. Quarter pot here. Over to Mizrachi. He comes with the call.
Makes sense. Backdoor flush draw. Still a really strong hand with the ace-jack. Could have the best hand.
7 on the turn, and Mizrachi looking like he's going to lead and try and represent this. If anyone has a 7 in this spot, it probably does favor Mizrachi's range, calling out of the big blind versus Daher. But of course, Daher has all of this one. And he actually hopes that Mizrachi has a 7.
Yeah. Really small bet here. 95 into 310.
$500,000 in the middle. King on the end. See if Mizrachi has another bullet in him.
It's interesting to think about. On the turn, Mizrachi could be betting his hand for value, not necessarily trying to rep a 7, not trying to bluff a 7. We under-repped our hand pre-flop, and now when we get to the river, we're just trying to take our ace-jack high to showdown. We can beat hands like ace-10 of hearts. We can beat hands like ace-9 of hearts. Obviously, those hands are more incentivized to bluff here, so Albert's going to bet with basically his entire range when we get to this river card. But I think Mizrachi was betting the turn for value.
Bet 100.
Very small here from Daher. 20% pot on the end. Trying to get called by exactly the type of hands that Mizrachi has, the ace highs, but Grinder is wise to it and gives it up.
Fun good?
Yeah, that's a really, really intuitive, smart bet sizing from Albert.
15, 20, 60, 120. 15, 20, 60, 120.
The gods.
As Kevin mentioned, we are moving things over to 7-card stud. It is day 4 of the WSOP $50,000 Poker Players Championship. 13 players remain. We are working our way down to the final table. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm joined by 4-time WSOP Gold Bracelet winner Kevin Gerhardt.
We saw yesterday on stream, Grinder played this game very aggressively, like more aggressive than I think most people in this tournament would be. We are already on stud on the outer table.
And Esther Taylor, yeah, she is all in, and it looks like Marco Johnson's hand is getting mucked, so it's a double up there for Ite. Hands in the air, there you go. Double thumbs up. It was kings and threes, 2 pair, I'm told, for Esther Taylor. She doubles through Marco Johnson. Second double up of the day for Esther Taylor. We saw earlier she doubled up with King Queen.
Yeah,
against
we're
Marco
still
Johnson's
in the
A7.
bloody part of the mix. This is the end of the bloody part, moving into Omaha 8 after this, but we have to survive these next 7 hands, which is not great for the short stacks. Picking up the action here, Ben Lamb started with 3 to a flush and caught a pair of 6s against a really scary looking board from Chris Vitch, who does only have a pair of 5s in the hole. Ben Lamb catching the spade, not going anywhere. Vitch does have 2 of the spades that Ben Lamb needs. Ben Lamb wants to just put in the money right here and now. Vitch in such a tough spot, just a pair of 5s. We know we're not ahead when Ben Lamb is putting in this raise. Do we have enough equity to stick in our last 235,000? Is there a card we can call and then fold on? Probably not, but that's the option we're going with. 6 streets.
Sounds new.
Really, really good card for Chris Vitch.
115.
Making 10s up, overtaking the equity lead.
Chris Vitch going to put his last 115,000 in. Ben Lamb makes the call.
Ben Lamb has a king, a 6, a 5, or a spade, assuming Vitch doesn't improve to a full house.
And Vitch is 76% here to double up. He was able to double up already once through Ben Lamb. He gets a jack, and it's a spade for Ben Lamb. He's going to make a king-high flush.
Again.
And we are going to say goodbye to Chris Vitch, 13th place in this year's 50K PPC, $108,000 going the way of Chris Vitch. His 3rd cash in the 50K PPC, previously cashed 11th in 2018 and 10th in 2019. He's going to add a 13th place finish from 2025 to his resume, and we are down to 12.
They are dropping pretty quickly, seeing that we started the day at 17.
Yeah, I think the sentiment was after last night's extended play on the bubble for a couple of hours that today might also be a bit slow, but we are now into the money. So the bubble pressure is off of everyone.
Right.
Everyone's into the money. So, you know, not that you want to bust, of course, but at least now if you bust, you're getting some money back.
Right.
Complete 60.
I think if I remember coverage from last year, they made the money earlier this year, like a level earlier than what they did last year. But then again, the structure for this year was changed by adding double levels earlier on in the tournament.
I'm sorry.
So they made the money last year earlier in terms of levels, not in terms of time.
Yeah, this tournament, you know, if you don't include the WSP main event, of course, because that's just a separate beast all in of itself, but this tournament is as close to a cash game format as you're going to get in a poker tournament.
Yes.
And that's kind of the whole ethos of it, right? You want like the high stakes mixed game players to get in there to really battle for 5 grueling days of poker and try and crown the absolute best player at the end of the day. So you're going to need a good structure to hopefully achieve that. You don't just want it to just be, you know, a variance fest, for lack of a better term.
And like Negreanu said, you're not going to get some random person that no one's ever heard of that comes in and just runs over this tournament. This is going to be the best of the best battling it out for 5 days straight. 9 different games, 9 disciplines.
We got split queens for Ben Lamb on 4th Street. Kenny improved to split jacks.
Kenny completed, Ben Lamb raised with the queens. Kenny catches the jack on 4th Street, check calls on 5th Street. Now here we are on 6th Street when Ben Lamb pairs open 10s.
Yeah, and this looking like it might be costly for Bryn Kenney.
Yeah, Kenny's hoping that Ben Lamb has hearts, I guess, even though we block 3 of the hearts. Now we block 4 of the hearts.
Yeah, that's what I find interesting here. Even if he has King Jack, right, and he's got a straight draw, I mean, you have 2 jacks, you have a king, you have all those hearts, as you mentioned. So it does seem a little ambitious to be calling there on 6.
Maybe we're hoping he has a hand like buried 8s that has a queen up because we have a queen up ourselves. That's why stud high is the hardest, because there's not enough information, right? We have a queen, but our opponent still has 2 queens, right? But he would be making the same play, taking the same line if he had 2 8s in the hole. So Kenny was trying to catch 2 pair and hope that jacks up were good there, but he missed everything, and Ben Lamb taking in another sizable pot, adding to his chip lead over the last, his chip stack over the last 2 hands.
As a reminder for those hanging out and chatting in the chat, we love to have the conversation, but please, no spoilers. If you spoil, I don't care if they're real or fake, the mods have permission to snap ban you, okay? We're trying to keep this fun for everyone, so please do not spoil the action, do not spoil the fun, both on YouTube and on PokerGo, okay, guys? Just want to say that, want to get it out of the way. So let's just keep things clean. Let's keep it fun. Let's talk a lot of poker. Let's root for the players we want to. But just keep the spoilers to yourselves, please. We are on a delay due to gaming regulations, of course. So let's just respect that.
So the interesting part about this hand is Grinder folded with an ace up.
Still combined at 8.
I would have expected him to complete.
Combines at 8.
Both other players have a buried ace in this hand.
What, are you going to have to share one?
No, there.
Stone 50-50 here.
That's the ghetto spot.
Neither player with a pair yet. Albert making a pair of 8s. Kenny catching a pretty innocuous 9.
Good, 120.
And this is the pivotal point in all stud games when you get to 5th Street. This is the first time the bet gets big. If you call here, you know, you call all the way down to another 3 bets total. Bryn with just ace high is a non-believer.
Kings, man. Kings.
Does make his pair of kings, open kings. Seems like this hand is going to end right now. It's the card that Albert did not want to see. Could be in a world of hurt here. Bryn Kenney getting a little sticky, but getting rewarded. You know, he was a 3-to-1 dog going into that street and catches the perfect card for him to just take down the pot there and then and there.
Thank you.
Welcome to the rail, Eduardo. If you guys would like to join the YouTube membership community, we've already had the rail. That's what Eduardo just joined. We've also got the Players Club. That's a new tier that we recently launched. And we also launched the High Roller tier. If you do join the High Roller tier, you're going to get the YouTube chat and community that you know and love, early recaps of WSOP streams, all 2025 paywalled WSOP streams. That means WSOP main event. If you're a High Roller member per our YouTube community, you're going to be able to watch the entire WSOP main event. Also, coming up, all new High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future episodes if you're a High Roller member on YouTube. And then, of course, any and all future perks. So join the channel now, become a High Roller to the PokerGo YouTube channel. Of course, if you're a PokerGo member on PokerGo.com, you get the whole WSOP main event, of course, because you are a subscriber.
Fifth hand of stud here. We have not seen a hand go all the way to showdown yet, which is very typical for stud games. A lot of the times someone finds a fold along the way, even if it starts heads up or 3-ways on 3rd Street.
Split jacks for Ben Lamb. He completes after Mizrachi brings in with a 6 up.
Once again, Kenney blocking the jack from Ben Lamb. Ace King in the hole is a very welcome sight.
Heads up.
Lamb does decide to call, makes open jacks to go with his 1 in the hole.
I'll bet him.
60.
Tens? No, maybe like 8s, 6, 7, 9.
Do you have a jack?
Did you have a jack? He says, holding 3 of the jacks.
Yeah.
Guy's got jokes.
80s, please, guys. 15.
Still 12 players remain here. They are playing 6 and 6, but each game is played 7 times. Stud high now. Omaha 8 or better the next game. And then one of my favorite games after that. Raz.
Out of diamonds. 20.
Did see a question in chat come up about if the games are in sync. So when they did do the redraw, they did redraw for the game to start on. And then from there, generally speaking, the tournament staff keeps an eye on things just to make sure, you know, one table's not playing super slow, another table's not, you know, getting way far ahead. Should that happen, they'll probably stop one table, say, hey, this table catch up. We have seen that in some earlier events at the WSOP. So
we saw that in this event on day 2.
Yeah.
The
so
feature
there you
table
go.
was
so,
playing
so
a
right
whole
now,
orbit behind.
Right now, I think they're playing pretty freely, so that tells us that they're all keeping up pace pretty nicely.
I'll be here, boys.
When we get down to 9 players, they're going to go hand for hand. So that's still to come. There are 12 players remaining right now, so a couple of eliminations away. We got 5 players going to 4th Street here.
And everyone has a reasonable holding. Ben Lamb actually catches a very good card for his exact hand.
Sure.
Ben Yeh catching a very good card for his perceived range. We can see he does have buried queens with the Queen of Hearts. Bryn Kenney would have loved that King of Hearts that Ben Yeh did catch. Roberts pairs his 9. Grinder, hammerlock on this hand. 5 ways, 53% equity. Can we find the raise here? You see, he doesn't see any clubs
120.
from anybody.
Oh, he sees one. He sees the jack of clubs, and that's it.
You are correct. So just the jack of clubs.
But with this many cards out there,
so
only
many
seeing one
clubs
club,
left.
that has to make you feel very, very good.
There's so many clubs left in the deck. Ben Lamb, do you want to call one big bet here with just a gut shot and ace high? Sides against it.
Made a good choice.
Be hard to know. Raise.
Equities are shifting quite a lot now that other people are folding. Ben Yu's equities going up, Mizrachi's equities going down.
You had to ruin it for us all.
240?
4-bet. 240.
Re-raise here from Mizrachi.
This is a crazy hand of stud we have developing here.
Ben Yeh makes the call. So he went from 5 players on 4th down to 2. Michael Mizrachi versus Ben Yeh. That's an 8 for Mizrachi. That's a 9 for Ben Yeh.
Why stop now?
Bet 120.
Yeah, Mizrachi pairing his 8, increasing his equity in this hand to 58%. Still a coin flip. Professor Ben Yeh sticking around, 42% equity. Wow, huge miss for Mizrachi here. Ben Yeh picking up a flush draw to go along with his pair of queens. He could pretty easily bet this street.
Bet 120.
And Ben Yeh has played this hand so well, denying equity from his fellow players, reading Mizrachi for exactly the hand that he has. And now a huge 7th Street. 1.5 million chips in the pot. Oh my gosh, Mizrachi makes 3 8s. Doesn't catch his flush, but makes another 8 on 7th Street. Ben Yeh misses his flush. I expect Ben to just check call here. They're getting such a good price. The check from Ben probably signifies he doesn't have a flush. Can Mizrachi find the bet with 3 8s and hope to get called by 1 pair or 2 pair? There's a lot in the middle.
120.
This pot is enormous here.
Yeah,
There's
Ben
1.6 million in there.
Can't find a fold here, unfortunately.
3 of a kind 8s, 10 checkers.
Wow.
3 8s is probably not what Ben Yeh expected to see there on the end, but it is the winner nonetheless. Into the muck it goes for Ben Yeh. And a pot of 1.7 million is over to 3-time PPC champion Michael the Grinder Mizrachi.
15,000.
Wow, what a pot. So much blood at last orbit.
The NAPT is coming back to Las Vegas November 3rd through 12th over at Resorts World just down the street. Check it out if you want to play some poker. They got a 50K Super High Roller. They got the 5K main event. A 1K PokerStars Open is also on the schedule. And for all the women out there, a 1K Women's High Roller. If you're in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, check out the PokerStars platform for chances to win your way to NAPT Las Vegas. I've been at the series the past 2 years here in Vegas. Incredible stuff. Love having a PokerStars event, a major PokerStars event at that, in this city.
Yeah,
so I would highly encourage you guys to check it out. They have a lot of like mixed game stuff too. So
Yeah,
if mixed games are your thing, obviously you're watching the PBC.
Events. Yeah.
Like there's something for everyone on that schedule. Wide range of buy-ins. So check it out. PokerStars NAPT Las Vegas coming up in November. And a little side benefit, guys. Kevin and I know because we live in Vegas. It's not nearly as hot out here then. It's like 115 out right now.
Yeah.
It'll be like 75 then. Absolutely beautiful weather.
Yeah. Pool every day. Oh boy, who are we looking at now? Is that Mikey?
That has to be Mike Matusow.
The mouth Matusow. Still in there, still grinding a short stack. Playing Raz. Oh, he's the bring-in with a queen in Raz. That's not a good feeling. You know what's funny or interesting? We said that these tables kind of play at a similar pace. We're an entire game behind because the feature table just started Omaha 8 or better, and Raz is the game after Omaha 8 or better.
Yeah, so this is when the tournament staff might step in. They'll be walking back and forth, seeing where the tables are, and they might end up stopping player, slowing it down for a little bit.
You just play so many fewer hands on the feature table. The table's so much bigger. You have to scan all the cards. It's much different than playing in the outer fields. Picking up the action here. Christian Roberts has an ace-3 low, and Ben Lamb flopped a straight. Both players with a slight chance to overtake the other person.
Bet.
120.
And we will see a chopped pot here.
827. 31 low. Two back. Two reds. Two reds back.
You gave me the extra chip or him?
No, it was 15-15.
Oh, okay.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
So we are about 15 minutes away from 6:30 here in Vegas, which means every hour and a half hour, free rolls on playpokergo.com. I'm going to hop into this one. Okay, guys? I'm going to hop in to the 1 million gold free roll that is coming up at 6:30 here in Vegas. 9:30 if you're on the East Coast. That's playpokergo.com. You can also download it on iOS and Android. So if you want to come play with me in the free roll, why not? Let's play along while we watch some 50K PPC action. I think I can do 2 tasks at once.
Easily.
I'll mostly focus on the commentary, but I'll play some hands on Play Poker Go as well. So let's go. Get in there, guys. playpokergo.com.
Just go all in every hand until they tell you
You're not allowed
can't.
to help me.
No.
You can't help me.
Okay.
This
all
is,
right.
This is real, authentic poker. Even though it is free, like you can't be helping me.
I
man.
see. 3-way pot here.
That's 60.
Everyone has a pretty reasonable holding. Not really the flop anyone was hoping for. Roberts does flop top pair, top kicker. Albert with open ender and the nut low draw. Roberts also nut low draw. Kenny kind of up a creek without a paddle. Pretty good card for Roberts to bet here with his ace jack and ace deuce working for the low if a low card were to come in on the river. Albert still the same hand, open-ended with a nut low draw.
240.
Raises, trying to represent a 4, trying to deny equity to Kenny.
Oh, what's up?
Kenny does get out of the way. That leaves us heads up here. 5 on the end.
I think this is going to go check, back, call. And Roberts is going to win 3/4 of this pot. Daher doesn't have anything working for the high side of the pot. Not going to get anything to fold with his ace deuce. Roberts should be betting here quite frequently. maybe with his 315,000 remaining, can consider a check, but snap call. And Daher's going to get the bad news of only getting a quarter of this pot.
And you
Much
can
needed
see the
pickup.
reaction there from Daher. He's like, man, I just got quartered, really, really.
Yeah. A lot of people tend to overplay ace-deuce type holdings.
And it looks like Mike Matusow is all in here in Raz.
Oh, wow. Andrew already makes a 6.
Michael, 2 side.
He's looking for a 6 or a 5.
3 side, 2 side, 3 side.
6 or a 5.
Oh, no, it's a deuce.
It's a deuce. That is not what Mike Matusow needed. We're going to lose the mouth in 12th place.
Wow, look. Ite is also incredibly short. She has like 60,000 chips. 12th place, 108,000.
Proud of you.
For
Look at
Mike
the love
Matusow.
for Mike Matusow there. $108,400 for the mouth. Handshakes around the table. But for now, another WSOP Go bracelet is going to have to wait.
Be proud of yourself, Mikey. This is the hardest field of the year.
Matusow playing incredibly well to get to this point. Also, you heard him talking earlier about how much pain he was in with his back, so he had to battle through that, in addition to, of course, battling the best tournament players in the world. And he'll have almost $109,000
Like the 20, huh?
going his way.
Frank, can you pass me?
Looks like that's Kevin Stammen on the rail, chatting it up with Grinder.
Saw him in the high limit in Aria. I put $25 on Kevin. I said 17-20. One spin, small money, just so I didn't replay. 17-20 comes, I'm definitely winning this tournament. If it doesn't, I'm bubbling. 20 hits. And he was right there, he just walked away, he couldn't believe it.
Big blind ante, 2,000, 4,000, 4,000.
Raise.
Really good flop for Ben Yu.
For my numbers, 17 and 20.
Uncounterfeitable nut low draw, nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's a
Not a
little
pair
bit.
yet,
Yeah,
but
spread all
ace
around
6
there.
high is good at the moment. Kenny with the same ace deuce 3 for the low.
And there's a 6.
17, 20, you got to get
Ben
some
Yu
dough.
looking really, really good to get
Want a heater?
3/4 of this pot. Bryn Kenney looking for exactly a 5 that's not a club on the river to overtake 3/4. 7, not going to do it. Does Ben think ace deuce 6 is good enough for a bet? I love it. I love to see it.
Ben Yu gonna scoop 3/4 of this one.
Oh, the 6.
Sixes are good for the last 3/4.
Fucking him. Oh my God. What a monster. Huh?
First draw, undankable.
I wouldn't expect less.
You get 30, you get 15 and 7, so we get 7 here at fingers, so 20,000, give him 500. Yep.
Gonna sort this pot here. Ben Lamb's gonna get some chips back. He did dip below $1 million after losing that big pot to Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, but now back up over 1.2 million. Remember, beginning of the day, Ben Yu, I should say, excuse me. Ben Yu came into today with 95,000 in chips. Has spun it up quite nicely and is here with a fighter's chance in the final 11. We got about 6 or 7 minutes until that 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. I am already registered, okay? I'm already in there. As we see, Ite is all in here.
Okay.
PLO.
Did she make quads, or is that just top set of kings? I missed it. She had at least top set. And now she's right back in it. You see E-Dog over there?
Yeah, there you go. Double middle fingers. Let's go, Ite.
Not you. That's for Bryn. I doubled him up.
Double middle fingers to Bryn Kenney. Come on, who doesn't love Esther Taylor? Her third double up of the day. That time it was through your buddy, Andrew Yeh.
That's okay.
He's got enough chips, right?
He can afford it for now.
Looks like Ite is
Just don't
up
let
to
it
about
happen
$1
again.
million in chips right now.
like
My girl.
ace pot hand.
Yes.
What a me. That's himself. That part's I'm gonna have to see it. I don't know what yeah.
Ideal is a PPC. Finish that hand. You start the shuffle. 15-minute break,
That's
players.
60.
15-minute break.
Oh.
Oh, we've had some really big pots developing in Omaha 8. Normally this game doesn't play this big. We have a high only board here where everyone has a little bit of something. Bryn Kenney with a pair, a straight draw, nut flush draw, Mizrachi with top 2, Daher with also a straight draw and a worse flush draw.
I believe this is going to be the last hand of this level. We're going to swap tables, swap the table every level. It'll be a short break after this hand as we do that. And 5 minutes until that free roll on PokerGo.com. So get in there. Don't want to miss you guys getting in there. So we want to mention it one more time before we do the table exchange.
Daher's in a really tough spot here. No pair, but we have a flush draw that's no good we can see. And we have a nut straight draw. Mizrachi with the raise here on the turn, facing a bet from Bryn Kenney, does give Albert an out if he wants to take it. 8% equity to win the high hand. We can see that includes the percentage of chopping. And now Bryn Kenney, 32% with his flush draw, straight draw. 2 pair also could hit an 8.
Top 2.
And Grinder's going to check back immediately with top 2.
Oh, you just hit the 2 outer king.
Check is Grinder's phone is blowing up there.
And then hold versus fucking flip.
Grinder's going to
still.
take that one. All right, we're not going to go too far. It's only going to be a short 5-minute break as we exchange the tables. We're going to put the other table up on the feature. We're going to move this one to the outer table. Join me on PlayPokerGo.com for the 1 million gold free roll in 4 minutes.
You know what my problem is? I just don't believe you.
Let's see what this footballer is made out of.
I'm an aggressive player.
Stop showing off, mate. Are you kidding me?
Anything can happen in a big game on tour.
He's always ahead of these 7s, which have picked up backdoor low and straight potential, so they will hang around.
Did Portugal win, by the way?
Okay, now it's important to see that Mizrachi picked up a king.
4 hours straight?
They moved over there.
Oh. Still going.
We're good. Yeah, down.
How do you pronounce this? Is it Kyte?
I think Kyte is correct.
Kyte?
I'm going to go with that. Trip 7s rolled down.
Wow.
Is Kyte here as Mizrachi makes 10s full?
Wow.
Brace for impact.
And Kyte has to raise here. Yes. And the Grinder's going to re-raise.
Raise. I raise.
Now, of course, this could be something like a low and trip 5s. Although with both a 3 and a 5 showing Kyte now putting in the 4-bet.
I'm like, how can you have a straight?
Yeah.
Well, you know.
We were capped anyways, right? It was capped,
it was
right?
one away.
It was? I thought it was capped.
So an overplay there with the trip 7s,
was
Jared? Just because we're blocking doesn't mean we can get crazy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
yeah, right. Heads up to the cap.
I don't think Kyte could have played that hand any worse. I don't.
Crazy.
That's a spot where once Grinder raises, your hand. For the record, Kyte has to raise the river in the main event probably once or maybe twice in their whole life. And when you get there, it's just the greatest feeling in the world.
Well, not a terrible feeling to have a 9-8 draw and the chip lead here at this feature. Daher takes us to 50. Vitch doesn't want to draw 2 to the gutter. Kenney wants to play.
Bryn, do you mind scanning your cards again?
Yeah, I will. So based on Kenny's call here, it looks like he might be drawing 1 to a 10.
Well,
let's see.
Not sure here, as RFID doesn't appear to have picked it up.
And Albert just makes a 9.
And sure enough, you got to imagine it wasn't a 9-8-7-5 that Kenney was drawing to. Not impossible, but.
Now here's the thing with Kenney. Because he called out of the big blind and took one, I love him checking here. I expect Albert here to actually go fairly big, just because it just looks like Albert has a lot of bluffs in this spot. To raise the cutoff, he's opening a wide range of hands. He actually backed into a 9-8-7. I could see him overbetting here. I could see him betting like 175. He doesn't want to get, I love it. And I again, I love this by Albert because it looks very bluffy. And he also knows that Kenney was probably not drawing to a 9. So in Albert's mind, he has a nuts. And to be honest, Kenny's forced to call.
9-8.
Yeah.
Payday for Daher as he deals a blow to Kenney, who had been on the ascent by and large, but again,
and I don't
his chips.
I don't fault Ken.
By the way, if you know what that logo looks like,
look at this. By the way, I mean,
shout out to the scumbags.
Claude has to go with this.
It's gonna come in for a limp here. A deuce and a 5 folding behind him is Cozy. Now Ben Yu, ace and a 5 buried. Claude limping. You know that he's likely to be doing this with 3 to a 7, just given the other door cards that are out there and the lack of chips. So Ben will hop in there. Matusow's acting like he's got an option, which of course, as we know, he doesn't. Claude on the 9-7 low draw against the 9-8 low draw.
And Professor here, it looks like he almost kind of maybe has to call, but I don't know. I mean, yeah, I think he's going to call here.
Hell of a great stud hand.
I would love to see Professor actually improve. All right, this is great. Lead, Professor, lead.
I mean, he's got the 9-8, which is always going to be better than a made queen.
Welcome back, everyone. Day 4 coverage here on PokerGo of the 2025 WSOP $50,000 Poker Players Championship. New feature table. The lineup presented by PokerStars. Andrew Yeh, the tournament chip leader, is back under the bright lights. $7.3 million for him. We got João Vieira, Marco Johnson, Erick Lindgren, and Esther Taylor, also known as E-Tay. We got E-Tay and we got E-Dog. Final 11 players in one of the most prestigious events of the summer. The final 11 players are guaranteed $121,000 with the elimination of Mike Matusow shortly before the break. The players did earn a pay jump of about $13K.
Can I get a Fiji and a green tea? You're a big one, right?
Can I get a green tea with honey, please?
So at this point in the tournament, they're playing 5-handed and 6-handed. Andrew Yeh has a commanding chip lead over the rest of the field, and especially against this table. Everyone else at this table is between 1.3 and 2.3 million chips. They're kind of fighting for second place at this table. So Andrew gets to really punish, especially in a game like Pot Limit
I'd like
Omaha.
to see a replay of that chip transfer.
We can see that none of these stacks are truly that short.
Andrew was here the whole time.
They have, at least 30 big blinds.
That's how I get all my chips. Maybe it just rolled over. Yeah. Nobody saw.
Ite should be potting this, even though the chip leader is in the big blind. The ace-king suited is such a strong hand. Comes with a very reasonable 2.5x. Andrew folding the Badugi 8s in the big blind. And like I said earlier, this table is playing much faster on the outer table. Maybe being at the feature table will give them a chance for the other table to catch up to them. They're playing Omaha 8 or better. Still, they still need to play Raz, and then this table is already on PLO, which is after Raz.
With 11 players remaining, they are guaranteed $121,500. Places 11th and 10th both get 121.5, and then 9th place kicks up to 142,700. So that's where we're at right now in terms of the payouts. Of course, everyone has their eyes set on the $1.3 million first place prize that awaits the winner.
80?
In this year's 50K PPC.
E-Dog on the button with just a min raise. Yeh folding the small blind. We don't know what E-Dog's whole cards are yet, but probably expect there to be an ace in there. Very long discussion during the commentary last night. João, right? João.
Yeah, see, on an EPT once, actually, it was EPT Barcelona. I remember it very vividly.
Yeah, just roughly.
I introduced myself to João. He said, "You're not saying my name correctly." I said, "Okay, how do I say it?" He told me, and then I repeated. He said, "It's still not correct." I mean, we probably did that exchange 7 times in that moment. And I was like, at the end of it, I was like, "Listen, man, I'm just a dumb American, okay? I can't do this, okay?"
Your name is Joe.
I'm sorry. You're just going to have to be João, and that's as close as I can get it. My mouth does not work like that. So I do apologize, but that's as good as it's going to get.
As we see, E-Dog did have an ace in his hand, flops. An ace does have blockers to the straight, blockers to the flush. João turns the nuts with the 8-9. We're going to see a bet here, just have to pick out the sizing, maybe 140, 150. E-Dog still top pair. Blockers to both ends of the straight and the nut flush draw. Don't think he can fold just yet. He does have the button still. Last to act in position on the river if he calls. River card we go. Lots of spades dead. Wow, he finds the spade butts.
Oh my lord. This card.
What?
Nut flush for Erick Lindgren. Straight flush. No need to correct your screen, everyone.
gosh.
That is a straight flush for João Vieira. 9-8 of spades in his hand.
This pot, I don't see Lindgren doing anything except for busting in this hand. This is just such a sick cooler. The only thing I can think of is if João goes small, E-Dog says pot, and João goes all in, and then maybe E-Dog's like, okay, I can't beat a straight flush, and makes a hero fold.
If he's able to somehow get away from this one,
amazing.
It would be incredible. Now, it's also going to depend on what sort of sizing Vieira comes with here, because it could just be that Lindgren is just left with the jam.
245. So Lindgren can make it 750. No, it's all in if he says pot. It's all over for Erick Lindgren. He's going to say pot. It's going to be all of his chips, and he's going to lose. This is a heartbreaking situation to go out like this. Take all the time in the world. I mean, you need to make the right decision here. If you somehow come with just call, I would be absolutely amazed. I would have already been out of the tournament by now. There's no way.
Well, could this just be like some posturing, right? And then jamming.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, he doesn't say pot. He goes for a smaller raise sizing, leaving himself with an opportunity to fold if João goes all in. This is actually such a sick spot for Erick Lindgren.
The raise is to 750K. Now, we know Vieira is going to come with a shove here. And is that going to be enough for Lindgren to figure this one out? Because what other hands is he jamming with?
There's nothing.
I mean, king high flush, no, right?
No,
like
he's side calling the king high flush. Maybe he's folding. E-Dog saving himself 415,000 in this pot. Not gonna go broke. If he really truly thinks about it, he can get away from this hand.
And look at João. You often see this with him. Studies his opponents. Tries to get some sort of reads here. We know what's coming though. Straight flush for João Vieira.
All in.
And there is the jam.
For real? Shit, I thought I had the
That's
nine
so
spades.
sick.
Damn, that's cold, man. I mean,
No. Oh.
And he does call it off. Straight flush shown for João Vieira.
all right, that's cool.
He left himself an out to fold, and he knew once he got raised, he looked back, did not have the nine of spades in his hand, called it off anyways. Man, what a spot. Holy shit. That's crazy.
Straight flush for João Vieira over the nut flush, the ace high flush for Erick Lindgren. And we are going to lose Erick Lindgren in 11th place from the 50K PPC. He takes home $121,000.
I guess the positive side is you've already made it this far into the money and cash, but that happens at any point in the tournament and anyone is out. I don't know if there's a single person that could find the fold. Wow.
He shrugs, like he makes those hands all the time. Like
So sick.
straight flush versus nut flush.
And now we have to balance the table.
Yeah, we need a play.
That's sick if he actually thought he had the blocker and raise pot.
Yeah, you
like
did.
his
You
full
did
stack.
hear Erick Lindgren say, "I thought I had the nine of spades."
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was just confusing the fact that he had the nine of diamonds and the four of spades. So maybe when he looked, maybe looked a little bit quick.
Right.
But then still called it off anyway.
Yeah. He knew too, right? Right when the words "all in" were announced, he knew exactly what was going to happen. That's insane.
Maybe I think he pots when he has the nut flush. Yeah. I go over the top of some bullshit.
Yeah, like what, 300 behind or something?
Yeah.
All right, all tournament dealers and
Probably should have just done pots call.
Try to shuffle, create that hand, blinds are up. 3,000 small, 6,000 big, 6,000 big blind ante. 3,000, 6,000, 6,000. All players and dealers and flight C gladiators.
And they are bringing a player over from the outside table, which whatever player gets chosen, it's actually very lucky for them because
I'm assuming one.
they
It's
will
gonna be a
play
shorter-
on the
it's gonna be
table
a
that
shorter
will
day
play
today.
slower,
We're
which is
supposed to
the
be a
future
shorter day
table.
today,
So they've played
We
far
stopped at
fewer
5.
hands
Yeah, I think so.
this day
Why
of
did
the
they stop at
tournament than
5?
everyone else.
For the main final table.
Oh. Only 5.
Yeah, 5-handed. That way the stream doesn't last like what, 17 hours.
Yeah.
Nut flush plus straight
I
flush.
would think this is one they would want to last like.
Well, that's why they start streaming like day 3 already, so.
Antes do que eu, não é? Mas pronto.
So the only one
Daquelas mesmo bué de nojentas.
Yeah.
Daquelas
Makes
mesmo nojentas. É daquelas bué de nojentas de apanhar, nem é terrível, o gajo.
I mean, part of me says it's obviously
That's
very
like the dream,
understandable.
straight flush against.
Nut flush versus straight flush.
Yeah, how
The
do
other
you-
part of me
Hard to do.
says,
Very hard to do.
what else does he have there?
It's so hard for him to have
Sick.
anything. I mean, do you think he's bluffing there 3% of the time, 5% of the time? I don't think he's bluffing there ever. But it's so hard for your opponent to have exactly the 8 and 9 of spades.
What do we get?
Who is
I think
that?
if I think if Lindgren would have had more chips behind,
Brinny Brinnerson.
there's probably a bigger likelihood that it could be a bluff from João Vieira.
Started you on your journey.
You know, like he could be leveraging. Let's say he just has like the 9 or the 8 of spades in his hand, and he wants to leverage it as some sort of blocker.
Well, the deck kind of did that one to you.
No, I could have folded 4th Street. What do you mean?
Man,
you could have saved the bet.
No,
that was
because
a
you
sick hand.
That's why. That's
They
why
found
I
the one out that eliminates E-Dog
So
from the tournament.
you got to call 2 bets there with aces up. Although, would I bet my 4 low diamonds with 3 bets on? Actually, maybe I wouldn't bet it. Is the thing when you hit the ace because you've got like aces up like so often. You've either got aces up or like a good low with 5s.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you bet.
Anyway, good hand.
It
doesn't matter.
It looked like a good time to lead for you, and then just when you get raised, it's like
Stupid. I said immediately 3 queens.
Now I'm up against 3 queens. Yeah, or rolled up, whatever my like.
I got my hand. I punished myself.
PLO. Okay, different game even.
This is your game.
Gotta adjust. Okay, this is my game.
So Bryn Kenney gets moved up here to the feature.
Yeah, it's a
Get it going.
He gets brought into PLO, and he just finds a couple of aces right away.
Yeah, I mean,
Value bet.
Ite told him it was his game, so the deck agrees.
140. I don't even know what I'm doing.
Could have.
My brain wasn't working. I was just on like we were on like what, the last game of 08.
Oh, you guys are like a game behind?
So it's like even a different 4-carder, so my brain's like lost for a second.
Discount.
Yeah.
Marco calling to see a
Easy
flop,
call
double
then.
suited 10s against the aces of Bryn Kenney. Not a great flop for either player. Bryn just shows up to the table, wakes up with aces, takes down the first pot.
What do you play, roughly?
3-5.
Attention players, is there Mr. Oakley in the room? Mr. Oakley,
Took from
if
Albert?
you're in the room, please make yourself
Took from
visible
Albert?
to a supervisor. Mr. Oakley.
A little bit. Just won like a few 3-way pots. Took some from the grinder, then he took some back. But, I just got a good bit from that guy Christian Roberts just now, like most of his deck.
How was it?
You know, like he bet. He like 3-bet the small blind, went check. He check raised, like turn on 5-5-3 king. River comes a king and he bet folds with like 2 big bets or no 08.
We're getting
like 2
updates
big
from
bets
the
left or something.
outside table here at the future table.
Yeah,
Thank you.
via Bryn. Bryn's just going to relay all the hand histories.
See, in my head, I looked at my hand and I thought we were playing 08.
So you guys are 2 games behind us.
Yeah, there's 2 games behind us.
Yeah, well, it's just this table.
Race.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of crazy. It's unfair.
So Ite actually had a pretty playable hand under the
Table
gun.
so much slower.
Decided
Yeah.
not to
Just
open
scanning
it.
the cards back.
João on
Especially
the
at triple
button,
draw, it's
a
forever.
very
Yeah.
playable hand, double suited ace king. Johnson with
What is
the
it,
dookie
one table at
queens
8?
in the small blind. Does let it go.
Yeah.
Was 7, but
Bryn calls
cards
the
for the
2.5x open.
Well, I only
out of the
realized
big
we're
blind.
even on PLO because he asked how many chips. So I was thinking in my head, I'm like, why do you ask me how many chips I have on
the first
08?
hand in PLO.
I know, my brain.
Are you okay?
I don't know. Is anyone okay?
No.
No, no one is okay. It's okay.
plus the fact that they want you to rescan all 5 every single draw too.
Bryn flopping top pair and a gut shot, backdoor flush draw. Vieira 2 backdoor flush draws and a gut shot as well. Five of clubs comes in, no clubs for anybody. Bryn still in the lead with top pair. Bryn really leaning on the 8 in his hand that blocks the 6-8 straight. Of note, not that it matters, Ite would have actually had the nut straight on the turn if she would have played that hand.
And chipping up too.
She's been very very passive when it comes to the big bet
I
games.
was at 170.
Yeah, so you
Actually,
really,
155.
You're really in the danger zone.
155. Let's not go back to bad memories. I mean, it was like
Why
so
bad
long
memories?
ago.
It's all part of the journey.
Oh,
right?
it is. It really is. Yeah.
So what's bad
I love
about it? You're
I
here
love
right now.
I know. 155. 5's my lucky number, so I knew I was gonna double.
You knew the spin was coming.
I knew I was gonna double the
And that's why-
155. I wasn't sure about the other ones. The 155, I beat Marco Polo king high against ace high, so that wasn't fair.
All's fair.
King queen against ace seven. I mean, you know.
Seems pretty fair.
Oh my God! Remember when you got a walk? At least you laughed. You raised?
120.
Funny. You have a good hand? You usually do in this
Decent.
spot. I have a decent hand too.
We have a suited ace. We're in position. I mean, we're getting the right price. I'm glad we're seeing a flop here.
I don't like to give that purple buddy up.
King, Jack, deuce. A couple of clubs here.
Yeah, it looks like Bryn just gets to win this hand with kings up and nothing working for Ite.
That was my flop. 2 pair.
You know, in 2017 at the WSOP, Ite, third place in the 25K PLO high roller.
That blows my mind.
For $543,000.
That's
Nice.
that actually blows my mind.
Same time.
So don't sleep on Ite and PLO, I guess.
You said
huh?
2017?
Yeah.
You got to do the side spin.
I mean, I guess PLO has changed a lot over the last
do one at a time, for
8
sure.
years, but man,
No, all four, one at
that's
a time.
crazy.
One at a time can probably do it pretty easily.
I'm not folding the Jack 9-8-6 under the gun.
Just do a full
Double
little splash,
suited,
but
5-handed table.
you gotta keep it low.
1, 2, 4, 6.
I'm not folding this hand either. João 9-8-7-5
Raise.
with a suit.
Raise to 100.
Yay in the big blind. Little does Marco know he's in a dominating spot here with his 10. Does give it up. Bryn could play this hand any way he wants, except fold. That's
360.
the most logical way. Ace, king, 8, deuce, double, very strong hand in position, 5-handed. Now João with the wolf pack part of the deck. All of the middle cards.
Can you tell me if Roberts doubles?
Isn't relying on his flush draw because Kenny does have the king high hearts. So we're just hoping to
Or just
make
keep
some
your eye on
pairs or a straight.
Yeah.
3-8.
I don't expect him to fold just yet. Once again, a little bit more thoughtfulness when it comes to the big bet games.
Vieira does make the call. 820K in the middle, and we haven't even seen a flop yet. Queen 8-4 rainbow.
And the equities haven't changed very much. Vieira and Kenny both make a pair of 8s. Vieira with 2-pair draw, a straight draw. I don't know if Kenny can really do too much here. The SPR being 4 makes this hand a little awkward. I think a small-ish size bet makes a lot of sense to me. Backdoor flush draw and a pair. I don't think João can fold just yet. We are building a pretty decent sized pot here. 1.5 million in the middle once João does make the call. We saw earlier Marco fold a lot of the cards that Vieira needs to improve this hand.
There is the call from Vieira.
1.5 million in the middle. SPR getting lower and lower.
King of clubs on the turn. It's now 2 pair for Bryn Kenney. Kings and 8s. Not a very good card here for João Vieira.
Yeah, I think Bryn just gets to say pot and win the hand right now. Kings and 8s is pretty strong on this board. We unblock a lot of the Jack 10-9, 6-7-8 type of hands. Don't really want to give them a good price to continue. Does decide to check it back with 90% equity.
And the 5 of clubs comes in on the end. Checkmark goes to Bryn Kenney. Let's see how this one develops here on the river.
That is a card that João can represent. I mean, we have the 7 of clubs working for us, blocking the straight and the flush. Bryn seemed kind of uninterested, just wanting to get to showdown on the turn. João gives credence to his 2 pair 8s and 5s, saying maybe I have the best hand, maybe I can beat aces.
Check, check.
I got better.
8s and 5s. Kings and 8s.
Yeah, Kenny's supposed to have aces there a lot. So instead of turning our hand into a bluff, we took the 2 pair to showdown, hoping it was good.
With that pot, Bryn Kenney now up to 4.62 million in chips. Bryn Kenney does have a prior cash in the 50K PPC at the World Series of Poker. In 2013, he took 12th for $147,000. Just want to let you know, Kevin, I'm still in the free roll on playpokergo.com.
Nice.
I'm making it happen.
You're going to win the full
I'm
million?
going to win basically my free roll, you know, because I promoted it. So I'm basically going to win.
3 bets.
There is another one coming up in about 32 minutes at 7:30 here in Vegas, 10:30 if you're on the East Coast. So if you missed this free roll, hop into the next one coming up on playpokergo.com.
5-handed here, the feature table, 10 total left. Playing Limit Hold'em, another pretty bloody game.
This
Marco
one was
opens
a
under
raise
the gun.
and a 3-bet and a call.
Yep.
Bryn Kenney in position here as the 3-better.
Bet.
We were saying how big that PLO pot got last hand. If Marco calls here, there's already 750,000 chips in the middle. Rocco has enough to continue.
Maybe
He agrees.
with one club out there.
One club.
You know, you're getting a good price to maybe turn another club, get a flush draw, turn a jack, get a straight draw. So, but without it, he does give it up, and we're going to swing on over to the outer table. Looks like we got Christian Roberts against Ben Lamb.
Doubled up.
Roberts making a Broadway straight with that king-queen in his hand. That is pot limit Omaha. That's Ben Lamb's forte right there.
That is.
Unfortunately, he does lose that pot. Unfortunately for Lamb, fortunately for Christian Roberts, who gets the double up. You heard Ite. She was wondering if Roberts would double up, so I'm guessing Roberts was shorter.
Yeah, she said when they came to the future table that he was down to like 2 bets.
Well, somebody does need to tell her now that Christian Roberts did indeed double up.
Right. Well, you're sweating a pretty big pay jump. It's an extra 30,000, right?
Yeah, 10 players left. These 10 players are guaranteed $121,500. Ninth place, $142,700. So 21,200.
Yeah.
Right around there is what they're sweating here. So
I'm
the
not
pay
mad
jumps
at it.
are starting to get up there. Huh?
I'm not mad at it. 20,
No,
20 grand?
Heck no. Heck no. Every pay jump is a good thing.
Andrew waking up with the goods here on the button. King. Johnson with a defendable Jack 8 of diamonds in the big blind.
This is one of those spots where when you're the chip leader on the button, you're just like, oh, they're never going to
believe me.
They're just never going to believe me.
I get to open 100% of hands here. Now, here we are with 2 kings. Can we hold and get some value?
Johnson does come along.
Wow.
King, 9, 7, 2 diamonds. A loaded flop here between Johnson and Yeh.
We're going to see 3 bets on this flop. Andrew's going to bet. Johnson's going to raise his straight flush draw. And Andrew's going to re-raise his 3 kings. And
Well, if we see another straight flush, I mean, we might as well just wrap it up for the night, okay?
Well, it was the 10 of spades. I mean, 10 of diamonds is lurking there somewhere. Wow.
Johnson comes with a check
Just a
call.
call. Okay. We should have equity with everything.
3
Here it
of
is.
diamonds right away. Johnson makes his flush. Doesn't have it locked up yet, of course. Yeh with top set can improve to a full house or also quads.
on this table, so you
Yeh
can't
does
really-
not
you
have the
can't
king of
really
diamonds in his
punch with
hand.
the microphone on.
Yeah, we're hot
It's not the
mic.
same,
It's a
yeah.
hot mic.
Yeah.
Another bet here from Andrew Yeh.
Now this is where Johnson's going to spring the trap. This is where we hear the word raise.
And there it is. Check raise to 320. Again, we are playing limit hold'em here. So can't just pile all the money in. But still, this one's going to get nice and big.
Yeah, almost 1.2 million in the pot now that Andrew has called.
Big rip card here.
Pair the board dealer.
Deuce of clubs. That's going to leave Johnson with the best hand with his flush. Value bet incoming.
Yeah, and Andrew has to pay off here. He beats all sets. Just don't raise, because when you raise, you get 3-bet. Yeah, he's just very quickly calling.
So sick.
Kings?
Yeah.
3 kings?
Yeah.
Flush. Wow, I raised the flush to get.
Yeah.
You heard Andrew Yeh say so sick. Johnson quickly asked him if he had 3 kings, and Andrew said yes.
And Johnson goes, if I raise the flop, I get an extra bet. Yeah, that's exactly what would have happened.
And a lot of times you do see players with their big draws and limit hold'em just really drive that action.
Yeah.
Wow, sick. You got Erick straight flush versus, yeah, thanks. Wow.
Andrew waking up with it again. Ace king here in the cutoff.
Raise 160. Fold.
Like the old days, got to play some good limit hold'em right in there.
That's right.
I look over and you're trying to poison all your opponents.
Yeah, so on Play Poker Go, you can give out little gifts. That was
a straight flush
can of
draw, and then
Pringles.
you turn the flush.
So I gave out some chips
That's
there.
why they use
I
the
always do it. I give out different, gifts, whatever. And speaking of Play Poker Go, boom, there it is on your screen. Fun and free online poker. 1 million gold free rolls every hour on the half hour. I am currently in a free roll right now. I am crushing. I have quadrupled my stack. I am 41 out of 130. Just took someone out. If you want to get in the next free roll, join me in 25 minutes on playpokergo.com. And if you don't want to play a tournament, they also have ring games. They also have sit and goes. It is all available on playpokergo.com. Also available on iOS and Android. You guys can download it to your devices today. Free online poker.
Coming after you in,
just a
limit
few
hold'em.
clicks away.
Raise.
Maybe if it was PLO.
What?
I said I'm not. I wouldn't say.
What is it?
240.
240.
Blind versus blind here. Kenny opening Jack 7 of diamonds. Ite out of the big blind. Raising
hold'em
with the
steal.
ace king. Still limit hold'em.
King 6-6. Beautiful flop here for Ite.
Not bad. 99%. I'd take it.
Quick check fold.
Doesn't catch me at all.
Almost the 7 of clubs. Then you could have got your money back.
Oh, I forgot. I had to. That made my 7 look worse. When I then looked at my hand,
And you raised me anyway with a 7? You're sick.
It was Jack 7 of diamonds.
Oh,
It's a pretty looking
good hand.
Yeah.
Once again, just open communication
Anything
here.
else would have been way too
I like having Bryn Kenney at the table.
It's been pretty talkative all
would've
over,
been
at all of our tables, which is good to see.
I'm happy it went exactly how it was supposed to go. Yeah.
The shuffler.
Yeah, shuffler. Wasn't a straight flush versus royal this
No,
time.
it was basically the same. Though. I mean, you had a straight
Except I only have
flush.
to lose 3 bets instead
Johnson's
of more.
just thinking,
3 small ones.
why can't I have my headphones in right now? I need them right now. Drown all the rest of this out. Andrew, again, ace, king. Some monstrous hands this orbit. Kings, ace, king.
Call.
Ite, very strong king, queen of hearts hand.
poker throughout the year?
30% equity.
WSOP.
Stay at home dad all year. Play 2 months out of the summer. That's it.
Nice. How old's your kid?
8 and 4, about to be 5. I coach his year-round soccer, so we do like 3 practices a week, games every weekend.
Easy
So you're all in on that.
out
All in.
for
I got my
Ite.
license for it. And
That's sweet.
it's actually more
2 boys or you have
a boy and girl. My oldest is a boy. That's who I coach. It's more fun than daily fantasy than DraftKings. So I run the tryouts. 35 kids show up for tryouts. I got to choose the best 10. I just did it, so then after this, I go back and I see how I chose.
Ite drills the gut shot jack on the turn. Andrew has been not enjoying this limit hold'em round. Thinks he has the best hand here a lot of the time. Ite going to find the raise, and Andrew is not going to be happy.
Couple hands ago, Yeh with kings, flop top set, ultimately lost out to the turned flush of Marco Johnson, and here he gets a straight turned on him by Ite.
And there's nothing he can do here except for call down. How are you ever going to fold top pair, top kicker here? Queen for the chop. Oh my gosh. Queen for the chop.
Queen for the chop is right.
Raise, raise.
Oh.
Raise, call. All right, chop it up.
Raise?
Raise to 3 king.
Andrew said, don't find it, don't find it. All right, chop it up.
So gross.
So lucky.
What a run out.
Can you call the force? You get a penalty?
Do I get a 1 round? I probably need it. Honestly.
It'll help you out.
I probably need. I get lucky once, and then I get unlucky. Good hand. I was joking when I said unlucky. You had me crushed.
He did.
Looks like it.
See the shuffler. Is that even fair in
Look at that run out.
small and big blinds? Ridiculous. Can we hand shuffle from now on?
Yeah, something weird's going on around here.
Andrew and I have had very long conversations about this because one of the guys that plays in our 8160 mix thinks that something is wrong with the shuffle machines that we use, which is why he loses more often than wins. We've had this conversation at length.
Did you play like whole summer? Or?
Yeah, I play the whole summer. Yeah, every year now. So now I come out.
That's your 2 months. You play whole summer and then the rest.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Nice. Yeah, still enjoy it. Love these tournaments.
Yeah.
Fun battle. Cash game seems aren't what they used to be, so I don't even play cash anymore.
Yeah. All private.
Andrew here, another hand, ace-8 off, punishing the open from Ite on the button, queen 5 suited.
Juicy games.
Exactly. They used to be so juicy before, and fun. They were fun, like legit, the characters were fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you had just like fun games at like 2, 4, 3, 6, 4, 8 and stuff.
Yeah. Now it's
all right, another flop for Andrew. Much harder for Ite to find the win on this one.
Tournaments are fun too.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I love tournaments. You don't have to politic.
Yeah.
Fucking anyone.
You can get.
You just come and register.
250 plus down here easily.
Yeah.
You play much throughout the year, or just some of the big?
Like Triton.
Yeah, that's it.
Pretty much just Triton.
This is kind of impressive that Bryn Kenney is getting Marco Johnson to open up about life and poker and kids and all that stuff when they're so deep in a tournament. Normally he's
for August. That's like
headphones in, focused 100% of the time.
100K PLO Invitational.
Andrew flops top 2 and takes it down. Almost back at 7 million chips.
Guarantee. 10K 500 person guarantee. So pretty nice series there.
You get the end where you get to play all those.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that one you just like a businessman has to invite you.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So it's like 1 and 1.
Yeah.
Then you play the field, either pro side or business side in day 1, and then move together on day 2. 160, raise.
Raise to 160. Fold.
Kenny opening up here. King 8 of diamonds.
Fold.
Johnson queen 3 offsuit in the big blinds. Does let it go.
No limit deuce, if you will bring that back. Thank you.
New game. 5-handed, no limit, deuce to 7, single draw.
I don't have a favorite game.
No?
No limit deuce, blinds are going to 20.
Andrew always claims that he just likes being dealt in.
Decided for a new next game.
It doesn't matter what the game is.
Playing 9 different games. Yeah. 8, 9, 10 different games. That I think is the most fun. Oh, it's no limit draw. So it's 40 and 60.
Unplayable hand under the gun for Ite here. Andrew not using his big stack, laying down the 7-5-3. João, Pat 10-6 on the button.
110.
Raise to 110.
Johnson here, not much working. Could get a little spicy if he wanted to. Could call, draw 2. I think fold is the best option out of position. Big blind, I would defend this hand. Deuce 5-6. Kenny, very easy fold out of the big blind. It kind of pains me that when we switched tables, this table was so far ahead of the other one that we just missed an entire orbit of Raz.
I'm fine with it.
You're fine missing
Yeah,
Raz?
I'm fine.
I like Raz. I like it a lot. And I think that the pots become very large in Raz because everyone is incentivized to bet on every street when you have the board that looks the best. It's one of my favorite action games in the mix.
Well, how about this? Let me ask the chat on PokerGo.com, also on the PokerGo YouTube channel. Of the 9 games in the mix, which one would you like to be seen played? If you could just pick one. The games available are No Limit Hold'em, 7-card stud, Omaha High-Low, Raz, Pot Limit Omaha, Limit Hold'em, No Limit, Deuce to 7 single draw, 7-card stud, High-Low, and Deuce to 7 triple draw. Let us know if you could pick one of the 9 games. I'm sure many of you will gravitate towards No Limit Hold'em, but maybe we have some other favorites out there, so drop it in the chat and let us know. Kevin is clearly a Raz guy.
I love Raz.
You have to be a sick individual to like Raz,
It's-
which is fine.
Yeah, it's a math-based game, and I really like math. And I have a really good memory for up cards and other things of that nature. Johnson here opened the button with 10-8-6-4 one draw. Bryn Kenney called out of the small blind with 9-7-6-3 all spades. Probably a little too loose, in my opinion. Playing out of position with a hand this weak. But he does end up making the best hand. Does Marco want to turn his king into a bluff?
Queen. Ooh, queen.
Queen announced and shown from Kenny. He's going to take it down.
Yeah. Out of every game in the mix, this game plays the smallest by far. There's not incentive to go all in. There's not incentive to enough incentive to 3-bet. There's not really big pots unless the cards warrant the big pots.
Also not many betting streets as well.
Yeah.
Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone, from casual players to elite pros like that man on your screen, Steven Chidwick. It's fun to use, it's affordable, and it is full of features. Check out Octopi Poker today at octopipoker.ai. If you guys also want to join the Octopi Poker Discord channel, quite often Steven Chidwick is in there responding to questions from Octopi Poker users. So it's another great feature, a great tool that you can take advantage of. Just ask Chidwick a question. I mean, that's just awesome.
Sounds like good free information. See, the cards just aren't really warranting any sort of big pot. I kind of expect Andrew to call here and draw 2.
Hot Sauce Johnny says Deuce to 7 is like a game that 3rd graders made up for a participation trophy.
Wow.
I mean, whoa.
That was one of the
My
original.
man, like, chill out with the hate.
Wow.
Deuce to 7 just catching it all right there.
Andrew Yeh making 2 pair here, 8s and deuces. This probably just goes check, check. João thinking, is there any value betting a Jack-10, maybe getting some sort of, I don't know, something to call?
Mind Odyssey asking, how do we know if Grinder is still in? Well, I can tell you. He is in. He is on the outer feature table. We still have 10 players left, so as long as that number doesn't go down to 9, he's likely still in. Also, we do cut over there for any big all-in pots, whether that be double-ups, eliminations, whatever. We will jump over to the outer table. But to keep things fair for the field, every level we will switch out the feature table as long as we have 2 tables running. You know, it is only fair that everyone kind of shares having to play on the feature where your whole cards are shown, you're under the bright lights, all that sort of stuff. So we will do our best to alternate tables as we go.
Yeah, like I said, I like having Bryn on the feature table. He's he's entertaining, to say the least.
Yep. He's chatty. He will certainly get involved in pots. He brings it all. Johnson with a raise here. Action over to Vieira.
Yeah, another spot where call, draw two seems very reasonable. And one more thing about this game compared to the other games in the mix, it takes more time to deal out the 5 cards. It's a big bet game, so people are more incentivized to think about bet sizings, about different things, different aspects of the game. So this game tends to play slower than a lot of the other games in the mix. There's less action, smaller pots.
I knew you were going to try. There you go.
João Vieira has
Significantly
been
closer,
putting
though.
together a
Yeah,
nice
he's close to bottom,
2025
which is easy because
WSOP. This is
he
his
has a narrower
7th
bottom.
cash.
Way easier for me. Than
He has a
I'm like,
bracelet
I can go this
already
way
this
because I got
summer.
straight.
He won the
I got
100K high roller for
distance.
2.65 million. He also took 4th
Well, I
place
have
in
like
the
a runway,
10K
though.
Raz
Yeah,
Championship.
so I
That's
don't
the
know
one that
about using that
Andrew
one.
Yeh
But I'd rather
finished
have whip.
2nd to Brian Rastin.
Yeah, I guess we can spin around with it.
Pat Jack 10 here for Bryn Kenney, raising it up.
We are about 10 minutes away from the next 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com, so hop on in there if you guys want to battle.
Yeah,
If I see that the field gets big enough, maybe I'll jump in again. They got me in the last one. I had a full house, the guy had quads. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Wow, how unlucky.
It's just unbelievable.
It's like busting a tournament with the nut flush to the straight flush.
It really is. It really is.
You had practice.
I wonder if the other table has caught up yet, or if they're still on limit hold'em out there. We haven't had any breaks to go check out and all in, so everyone's still alive over there. You can see a little bit of Ben Lamb in the background.
I see that there are 296 players registered currently for this 1 million gold free roll that kicks off in 8 minutes on playpokergo.com. If it gets to 400, I'll hop in, okay? That's what we'll do. If it gets to 400, I'll hop in. So if you want me to play with you, go register and then I'll hop on in there. Raise here from Vieira. Action is on Marco Johnson.
We can note the deuce 4-8 is a much better draw candidate than the deuce 5-6. You can't make a straight with a deuce 4-8. And this call incentivizes Bryn Kenney to also call out of the big blind with the 8-6-4 and draw 2 as well. He decides against it. Getting a really good price. 70K to win 320.
Would you part with some green?
Of course.
So a spot here, João knows that Pat Queen is a favorite against a 2-draw.
Thank you.
But it also caps our range. If we think that our opponent is very capable and likely of trying to bluff us with a big sizing, we should be drawing 1 here. And Marco does make a queen 8 here to give him the best hand. He's not going to bet here because a lot of the times Vieira should have a Pat Jack or 10 in this spot.
Don't forget.
But he is going to win after it goes check, check.
Always.
Queen versus a queen.
Yeah.
But the queen 8's going to win for Marco Johnson.
Marco was very surprised when he said queen because, like I said, he expects João to pat a lot of jacks and tens in that spot, even knowing that a queen is a favorite against a 2-draw.
Just trying to learn how to play.
Learn from this.
For sure.
Not what you usually do.
that was a hand to ignore.
Have the queen.
That wasn't the one.
That's not how you usually do it. Don't learn from this one.
Johnson 2-draw here on the button. 8-7 deuce. Remember, the ante in this game is 1.5x the big blind. So there is 120,000 out there to start to fight for, giving people more incentive to play 4 pots. Kenney has quite a strong blocker hand. Is going to play it as a call draw 2. Instead of a raise pat bluff.
Ite out of the way. Do you want to point out that she did fold 2 7s? Both players taking 2.
Don't know Kenny's hole cards. Johnson does make a Jack 10-8 low. Is probably good enough to fire a small bet. You know, like 100,000 seems pretty reasonable to me. Try and get called by a hand that just doesn't believe you. Could also try to go for more value with a larger bet, turning his hand into a more polarized spot. Does decide to check it back. Jack 10, good. Next game is stud 8 or better.
1-1.
3-minute warning to hop into that free roll, the 1 million gold free roll on playpokergo.com. You can also download the game to your iOS device or your Android device. If we get 13 more registrants, you guys are going to force me to buy in with y'all.
20 brand.
Buy into a free roll?
Enter with y'all. Sorry. My apologies, Ken. Thank you for correcting me.
All right.
Playpokergo.com. Come play with me. Let's go, people. Let's have some fun while we watch some poker.
This is the 1500 stud 8.
Yeah, event number 69, $1,500 7-card stud 8 or better, down to 4, including 4-time WSOP gold bracelet winner Huck Seed, who has not won a gold bracelet since 2003. Many, many, many years ago.
He's on the comeback.
But Huck has been grinding, absolutely grinding. Has been playing, I think, every single day. I mean, I've seen him every single day out here.
Yeah, a lot of these tournaments. He's been in there firing. It's good to see some of the old school legends coming back.
Blazjerioff also in the mix there, kind of right in the center of your screen with the glasses on and the light-colored hoodie. He won the 25K six-backs high roll towards the beginning of the series. Has also been dabbling in
why
some of
not
the mixed game stuff.
Why not fire?
Yeah, why not, right?
It's kind of outrageous.
All right, if you guys fell asleep during the single draw run, I don't blame you, but it's time to wake up. There's more action in stud 8 than a lot of the other games. You can go high, you can go low, you can go both ways.
Both ways is preferable.
Yeah,
in this game.
That's the dream. Oh no, Professor's looking at his phone.
2 hands in front of us.
Get that man a penalty.
The interesting thing about the rule is that you need your phone for the app.
Yeah.
So like you could be looking at the tournament clock.
Oh, it's
chip
an all-in
counts.
and an all.
I could have a jack easy.
Wow, he padded a queen 9 correctly, quote unquote. And now a 9-6.
Mizrachi draws a 9 to make a 9-6. So we are going to lose Christian Roberts. And Mizrachi actually broke a better hand.
I heard them say
in that spot.
He broke a jack. And Christian said, let's go. And then lost anyways, unfortunately.
Someone busted over
for
there.
him.
That's up to Paul. Paul's right there.
A very good run for his first time here in the 50K PPC for Christian Roberts. Certainly not going to be the last time we're hearing from Christian Roberts. He takes home $121,500 for his 10th place finish. The final 9 are now guaranteed $142,700. And I believe now we're going to go hand for hand as we are on the final table bubble. Once they lose one more player, they're going to combine to one table of 8.
Right. And you can see we're on the 6th hand of no limit single draw on the outer table, which is only 2 hands behind what they're playing on the feature table. It just goes to show you how much slower the feature table plays and how you really do need to alternate who gets the... Is there privilege to play on the feature table? I don't know.
I mean, it depends. I know some people don't like being on feature tables.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there is, of course, the aspect that your hole cards are shown, so
Right.
people have information on how you're playing. That's one side of things. Also, just don't like the fact that you have to play a little bit slower. Just everything that's involved with feature table play tends to slow down the action.
Right.
You're under bright lights, which is a bit hotter. You know, so all of that. But then there's other people who are like, oh my gosh, I love it. Like, I want to be up there. I want that airtime. I want people to know who I am. I want to maybe pull a sick bluff while it's on stream. Like, so it goes both ways. It really just does depend on the player.
And then you got commentators calling you a disaster.
Exactly. Not me, though.
Not you.
Only sometimes.
Just sometimes.
Mostly Jared Blesnick.
No, I got permission.
Oh, okay.
Or definitely, definitely not otherwise.
So we are playing stud 8 or better. We saw Andrew Yeh win the last hand with just pure aggression. Lots of 9s and 10s. Andrew doesn't want to play this one. Not a very enticing hand for Vieira here. We are going for the steal. Remember, there is a lot of antes. There's 100K in antes to fight for. So there's 120 out there. And it only costs you 80K to try and win that 120K. Very good at proposition on your money.
20,000.
I don't remember seeing any other short stacks on the secondary table. Ite at this table, under $1 million in chips.
I can't even imagine why that would be like going like put in for 2 people.
We might see some
Light.
poker being played.
For a good reason? Or?
No.
Yeah.
No. But
Ridiculous one, huh?
yeah, but it'll explain.
Yeah. I mean, it all kind of explains itself.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
That's enough.
Yeah.
3 of spades bring in here for Ite.
Different
Andrew Yeh completing
Just lucky we're allowed to
with
play.
the 8.
I know we are.
Vieira very playable. 4, 6, 7.
8 of diamonds.
Calling with the 3-2 low.
That's
Heads
another
up
thing I
here.
love about
Andrew,
poker.
70% with the pair of 8s to win the
Yeah, no, I
high.
heard it.
From the floor. From
13% to win the low.
phenomenal.
Queen not going to help his cause. Ace, very good card for Vieira.
We know better.
This hand might just be over right now.
Yeah, we got the mic, so I don't
Andrew's
know.
just going to let his pair of 8s go when your
I think
opponent
it's
catches
going
the
to
best card
hashtag
of his pair
hot
just to
mic.
get out of the way.
It's going to trend in a World Series.
Not Raz.
No talking shit when you
Hot
got
mic.
hot mic.
That's going to be our podcast.
Yeah, seriously. It'll be so good. And
For
then we can
sure.
say whatever we want
Yeah,
on our podcast.
Exactly, and they might not let us play at the WSOP
No, they won't.
anymore
They
after
won't.
that.
I mean, if they don't pay these guys their money, I might not play anyway, so.
I doubt they're going to do that. But yeah, that would be insane.
I'm just saying, you know, it's
Yeah, they better, I hope they give those guys the money.
pretty ridiculous
Even
situation.
Marco's quitting if they don't.
I mean, I might. I got to give them the money.
For sure.
It's like not even,
Maybe not quitting,
it's not even a
boycott.
conversation, it's ridiculous.
Of course.
Got some pretty action up cards here in the form of low cards. Andrew, very playable ace-6 deuce hand. Both players catching a bad card. If we look at the equities for the high and the low, it's running incredibly close right here. Andrew checking makes a lot of sense. Bryn betting with his 3 flush, 3 straight makes a lot of sense. Bryn catching the best card. I don't remember who I was talking to a couple days ago, but we're talking about nerfing the power of the ace in stud 8 somehow. It's just way too powerful of a card in this game. Andrew making the 3rd best low possible here, 6-5, 3 deuce ace, also with a gut shot. Bryn Kenney has the ace 3, 5, 6, 8 for his low, which cannot improve to beat the low of Andrew Yeh. And we can see Bryn checking with his 4 clubs. Yeh does have the best high hand with ace-10 high at this point. Bet and a call here from Kenney. Straight draw, flush draw, pair draw.
Next level is the pure level, the 100, 200, just so it's easy.
Does make a pair of aces on the end to lock up the high. Andrew Yeh will win the low. This pot will be chopped.
So I'm saying when you can play with 100, 200, you just get like 2 extra hands. And
Number 3 low and ace-10.
I'm proud of Andrew, knowing number 3 low. He plays with me too much to not know what number 3 low is.
You know, that's one of those things where, you know, obviously many, many years ago when everyone was kind of starting to get into poker during the poker boom, it was always like if you sit down at the table and you see someone riffling chips, then you know that they are experienced and they've been around a table, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you want to sit down in a mixed game setting, if people are like, I got number 4, I got number 3, I got number this, I got number that, then they've been around the block in the mixed game streets plenty, right?
They know what they're doing. I think I would take yes on Kenney knowing what number 3 low is when Andrew said
the guy
it.
Christian?
And if not,
they're
snap
shorter.
yes, maybe he could figure it out.
Likely.
Yeah, it might not be something that he just knows right away, but he can quickly think, be like, okay, yeah,
figure it out.
You know.
Well, Ben has like 2 million.
Because if Andrew just said 6 low, he could just be like, oh, 6 what? Nope, number 3. You know exactly what number that is. Kyte completing here with a 9 up. Getting through the low cards of Andrew Yeh and João Vieira.
Erick.
Okay, buried aces.
4 left in those today.
Today?
Okay.
1500?
57 triple draw.
Too short stack though.
Where's the button at?
That is a Bryn.
Is it?
The countdown to November is on. That is when NAPT Las Vegas returns to Sin City, November 3rd through 12th, over at Resorts World. A beautiful property. I would highly encourage you guys to join Poker Stars and myself, because I'll be there. Maybe Kevin will be there too for NAPT Las Vegas. They got a 50K super high roller. They got the 5K main event. They got a 1K Poker Stars Open. They got a 1K women's high roller. If you're in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, or Ontario, check the PokerStars platform for ways that you can qualify and win your way
It's
to
very hard for
NAPT
poker
Las
players
Vegas.
to tell other poker players they play well.
I'll be there for some
Well, that's
side of
because
it.
they like
Mixed
pretty young
games,
to think that everyone
PLO.
else
They have
is
a very
horrible.
big schedule.
I love the schedule.
It's really great.
I feel like it's a mixed game phenomenon where
The first three are really good for you.
Pots respectively. They were
So I'm probably going to fold shockingly again.
and mix it.
My God, I have a PLO hand.
No, it's the same no limit, but
Let's
we
have
just
something.
or we just lose better because we just used.
What moves we?
Fair.
You're so
Fair assessment.
so many of your life is just flipping.
So the phenomenon is poker wide, but it's,
Yeah.
the reaction is
It's
different.
Uncomparable.
It doesn't look like
Two
they're
bring-ins in a row
actually
in a
playing
game.
hand for
Oh
hand.
my God.
It looks like they're just letting them play,
That's my favorite.
I've never seen it.
It's an injustice.
which kind of
DJ's
makes
never
sense
done it.
because there's 5 players at this table, 4 players at the
I
other
love
table.
bringing the never
Just
happen.
let them play at least a little bit, and if you notice
get them?
one or the other slowing down, then you
How do you
can
do that? I've never experienced that before.
stop it.
How did you get a foul? How did you catch a four outer? There's 4 cards to come. We know 16 of them. Yeah, sometimes it's there.
All right, go.
Relax,
Ite, deuce, 3, 7. Very, very strong starting hand.
160?
Two bets. 160.
Hold'em is not seen as.
I think your breakdown is as
Andrew,
accurate
fold.
as could possibly be.
Vieira, fold. Not fold? Okay. Just making Ite contemplate a little bit. No. What's he gonna do? He's gonna raise me?
So just quickly on that PokerStars NAPT, I did pull up the schedule, Kevin. They got a $550 OE tournament.
That'll crush whatever guarantee they have.
They got a $550 Heroes tournament.
Nice. Like it.
They also have a 5K 8-game tournament as well. So those are the ones that I
sounds
see
like
on the schedule.
like a tournament I'll be in, and then probably some PLO in there somewhere.
Yeah, plenty of PLO on the schedule too. The main event, that 5K buy-in that I mentioned, has a $3 million guarantee. So there is a ton of stuff on this schedule.
Yeah, and they host the tournament up in the convention center area, so it's away from all the slot machines, away from all the smoke, away from the hustle and bustle of the casino.
It's on you, Bryn. Oh, you're really going to go to jail for that. You're really going to get a lashing for that one.
They're like nowhere to be found. Well, that's crazy too because the other table's allowed to.
No, we weren't.
Oh.
Yeah, we weren't. We had to turn music off and
No,
phone.
No headphones, no phone on the rail, no nothing.
Yeah, no phones,
I'm just trying to
guys.
set up so I can eat dinner on dinner break since we barely have any time.
Well, that's unacceptable.
We got a full dinner break after this.
But only an hour, right?
I think so.
Yeah, so
didn't know
to make an hour work to eat
After
anywhere,
this?
someone's
I
got
didn't
to
know.
order before you. For you.
After this level, we have a 1 hour dinner break.
I always go to Spago at Pelagio, but to make it in time, you kind of need someone to order first. Like, go ahead of you. No, I make it every dinner break.
In an hour?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, I just like, have a
pre-order.
friend go order 15 minutes before so the food's ready when you're there.
That's the
I
hack.
think you can make it without that, but it's tighter.
You can make it. I've made it to noodles and back at Pelagio, but it's much easier with a 75-minute dinner break than a 60-minute dinner break.
For sure, it's dinner break after this?
Yeah.
Okay,
For
Vieira
sure,
with
dinner break after
somewhat of a loose open, but you have the button with the 3-4-6. Bryn Kenney
I think me and Deej are going to go to Old Red,
probably
try to
drawing
eat the
one
nachos.
after 3 betting out of the big blind.
The nacho challenge, where you can, if you eat them all, you get the gold thing, and then if you win some certain tournament, you get an extra million.
Club WPT badge.
Oh yeah, you better go do that. They're giving out millions to everyone. So.
It's kind of hard to eat the whole thing. I think you have to.
You
be
should
a
go
little,
get one.
You got to be like a little.
Is it a little spicy or no?
So maybe you want to wait till after the tournament's over.
Are you a big eater during tournaments? Like,
I'm a little hungry.
I feel like
Gotta have a little
Not that we do drugs
Like
here, but
you don't want to risk like any sort of like maybe your stomach
If you
gets
could- if
upset
you're
because you
gonna
eat
do it, you
something
might as
wrong.
well, 'cause then
Maybe
you
you
can
go into like a
have a
food coma
bottomless.
afterwards, and you're just
That's what
not
always
as attentive
happens.
at the table, you know. So
You just become lethargic after a big meal. I just
I don't know about
kinda
Ite going
snack
to eat
throughout the day.
nachos. that sounds like the worst.
Yeah, probably not. Definitely not nachos. So we saw Bryn Kenney 3-bet out of the big blind, draw 1, make number 3. Vieira is drawing 2. If he was drawing 1, he was dead. Unless we saw the same thing that happened to Bryce a couple years ago.
I think he'll go to old
Sickest
bread,
hand, one of the sickest hands
Yags and
ever.
all them are there for his bracelet party.
Vieira did have the 3, 4, 5, 6, and unlike the 2 people we saw before that, did decide to break it and draw to the 3, 4, 5.
Number 2?
The other way around.
Number 3?
Bryn Kenney showing his hand, saying that you didn't want to catch on that one. I'm still in this free roll on playpokergo.com, but this one's not working out as well as the last one did. I know ultimately I lost the last one, full house versus quads, just an absolute cooler. I don't know what the heck's going on. But
did you cash that one though?
No, I didn't cash. They got me before the money. I mean, listen, my opponent, I raised with kings. He flatted the small blind with queen 3 off. I mean, that's just not a winning play. I'm sorry.
It just made all the queens?
It came 8-3-3.
Oh, okay. I see.
You know, turn 3. See ya.
So we got our money in drawing dead. Nice.
Well, I got my money in on the flop, and then I was drawing dead on the turn.
And then you were drawing dead.
You know,
I see.
Race.
Much better hand for Vieira this time. 7-6, 3 deuce, drawing to number 2.
3 bets.
Bryn Kenney also drawing to number 2, 7-6, 4 deuce. Taylor, playable hand if it wasn't 3-bet. 8-5-3 in the big blind. Not a bad defending hand. Does Vieira want to click it back one more time? I think the answer is yes.
320.
Both players have an incredible draw. Both looking for a card to fill right in
5,
between.
You can cap it at 400.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cap.
Okay, yeah. I misheard Jay, the dealer. You can cap it at
1.
400. That is true.
1 card.
There's already 900K in the middle here, and we haven't even gotten to the first draw.
1.
Both players looking for a 5. Vieira looking for that 3, and Kenney looking for that. Vieira looking for the 4, and Kenney looking for the 3 that the other people just paired.
Go.
If you switch those cards, I'm pretty sure Vieira would never stop raising. They would just be all in and then chop the pot. Ace, not what Bryn Kenney's looking for. 4 is exactly what Vieira is looking for. Bryn Kenney drawing to exactly a 3 to chop this pot. Vieira's going to bet 160,000. Bryn is going to call.
Call.
Quick call from Kenney, of course. Now, if he catches a 5 here.
It's going to be so bad for him. He's going to lose at least 2 bets, probably 3 bets. Oh my gosh, we just
he got a 5.
Just spoke it into existence.
Oh my!
Just so you guys know, this is the second best hand against the 4th best hand.
I mean, we have seen some incredible coolers.
This is
in this event,
this
deep
is
with 2 tables.
Not what Bryn Kenney needed. He's leading out here, which is actually good for him. He's leading out here, which means João is going to raise and Kenney just gets to call. If Bryn Kenney checked and João bet, Kenney raises, João raises again, and Kenney loses an extra 160,000.
320.
Oh, sick.
Call.
Number 2.
Jesus Christ. He had a 4. Wow.
I got number fucking 3.
Close enough. We'll let it slide. Maybe he doesn't know what number 3 low is.
So another sick cooler of a hand here. Deep in the 50K PPC at the 2025 World Series of Poker. We saw ace high flush versus straight flush. That's what took out Erick Lindgren. We saw top set versus turned flush. That was a very big pot.
Yes.
Right? We obviously saw this one.
There have been some really big coolers.
That big hand, even I feel like it was forever ago now, but the Michael Mizrachi when he made 3/8 on the end versus Ben Yu in that huge pot.
Huge pot. Yeah, 4 bets on 4th Street in that hand. 5-way action on 3rd Street. Really big pot for João there. Bryn Kenney still at 4.2 million, still healthy, nothing to worry about. Bryn just needs to shake it off. He's been here before. He's okay. Oh, that's a fun hand. Queen's full of kings.
Well, and who's going to forget about the time super high roller bowl? Bryn Kenney full house with aces against the quads for Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been on the end of some sick ones.
Yeah, that is true. This doesn't compare to those hands, that's for sure. Those are tournament life over. This is, okay, you lost a few big bets. Andrew here, defending the 8-7-6-4, draws 2, catches the deuce that he needed, and like I've been talking about before, when we see Christian Roberts in this spot, he always checks to the original razor. Andrew leading here, which is so much better in my opinion, because you get more money in the pot when you have the best hand. Andrew does have the best draw here, drawing to a 7. Bryn Kenney did raise, drawing to an 8.
It does feel a little bit more common to like break that flow of like always checking to the razor, etc. In the limit games.
Right.
Versus like, if you're always playing PLO and no limit hold'em, you know, oftentimes you really do this check in flow.
Right. Yeah, Andrew catches a really bad card here for him. 8-7-6. Bryn Kenney's going to raise. Andrew's going to, wait, what? Did Kenney misread his hand? Are the graphics wrong? Oh my gosh. He just lost out on so much value, but he won the hand. If he raises, maybe Andrew Yeh can break his 8 and draw to a 7. Pat here, 8-7-6. I don't know if it's good enough to go for value. Andrew agrees, and Bryn Kenney will bet here.
Perfect 8.
Number 5.
We just saw Bryn Kenney in a spot go kind of crazy with number 4, and then he makes number 5 and just calls and bets. I'm kind of confused about that, but he did freeze Andrew into believing that the 8-7-6 could be the best hand.
Well, Bryn Kenney is the feature of this Poker Stars Spotlight. He's won 5 trophies on the EPT. He's won a couple trophies down at the Bahamas as well. Also won a PCA trophy. I mean, the guy is simply incredible. It doesn't really matter where he goes, but so much success for Bryn Kenney on the various Poker Stars tours.
This is a really loose open here from Bryn Kenney. 8-6-3. You have an extra 8. Yeah, it's fine. But I think it's a little too loose. Ite on the button. 8-7 deuce. In position. You can call here. Draw 2. Oh, yeah. Andrew with another kind of tough decision. 8-7-6, not a strong hand. I really like call and draw 2 from his spot as well. So it should go 2-2-2 from everybody here. And we see all 4 8s are dead. Andrew cannot possibly make an 8. The other 2 are drawing to an 8. Andrew just needs 2 of the 3, 4, 5 to make his hand. Not a good street for Andrew Yeh or Ite. Bryn does have the 5 slide right in for him. This should go 2-1-2.
Check.
And then at this point, playing in flow, Andrew does check blind to the 1-card draw, out of position. Bryn is very incentivized to bet here without even looking at his card. Does bet. We can't see what he drew either. Ite is going to give this one up. King 10, not the cards we were looking for. And then Andrew can call and draw 1 and hope it goes 1-1, or he can just let it go. The pot's really big. I think I would have liked to see him call and draw 1 to the 9-7-6 and hope that Bryn is not pat behind him. If Bryn pat's behind, we just check and fold, but we can make the best hand some percentage of the time.
Switching up the game now and moving to no limit hold'em. Do you think we need to start paying pretty close attention to this leaderboard, because Bryn Kenney has been climbing quite fast as of late? He's up to almost 5.5 million, and Andrew Yeh has been kind of sliding down a little bit. Still has a very, very, very healthy 6.1 million, but has been going the wrong direction, and now that gap is certainly closed between him and Bryn Kenney specifically. Excuse me.
Yeah, when this table was started, everyone was between 1.3 and 2.3 million, and Andrew was sitting almost 8 million in chips, and now everything is shifting towards Bryn Kenney. Ite kind of getting short stacked. Under 20 big blinds in no limit hold'em.
Raise 140.
I think I just heard Ben Yu's voice saying that he was the shortest out of the remaining 4 at the outside feature table. That makes sense. He's been kind of short all day. João getting after it here. 7-6 offsuit, raising 3.5x from the small blind into the big blind of Marco Johnson. King deuce suited. How does he want to play this spot? It is 100,000 more to call. In position.
I'm going with DJ, but thank you.
When this level does complete, the players will go on an hour dinner break.
Look at this. Marco taking the king deuce suited as a 3-bet in position against the open from João Vieira. Very nice.
You know, a couple, maybe 2 summers ago, I talked with one of Marco Johnson's close friends.
ODB. No?
No, but in that vein.
In that group, yeah.
And he let me know that Marco has been very much, at least at that time, in the no limit hold'em tournament streets, like the study streets, really trying to fine tune his game in that regard. Everyone has known Marco as like this very well-rounded mixed game player, but he felt like he needed to work on no limit hold'em tournaments specifically and started to do so. So kind of like, I feel like that kind of leads to that then raise there with the king deuce.
Yeah.
You know, like maybe old Marco is just like, okay, I don't find that. But now, new Marco finds those type of raises like that.
I think these last couple years, he's made a couple field bonuses in the big no limit hold'em fields. He's just a really good overall, all-around poker player. He said earlier, though, he doesn't really play much poker outside of the 2 months of the summer.
Yeah, which is crazy because you can still stay so sharp, be at the top of your game, and compete with the best in the world in such an elite event like this, even though you may not be playing, let's say, every single day or every single week.
I was speaking with George Wolf before this tournament started, and I asked him if he was going to play this, and he goes, no. And I asked him why, and he goes, some of the games, like, he said, I know the games, but I'm not caught up on the games, right? I don't play those games every day, and it seems like you really have to be in those games every day, grinding away, feeling comfortable to be able to even buy into this tournament. And somehow Marco does it every single year. We saw a 4X open with ace-jack off, small to big from Marco Johnson. Bryn Kenney defended the big blind, queen 9 offsuit. More favorable flop for Bryn Kenney, does bet 135K. Marco's just going to let it go. That's someone you don't really want on your left in no limit hold'em.
My flop on 4X call, unless if you got an overpair. It was still a nice flop, even if you did have an overpair. Pretty much the dream one.
Just give it to you. You know, sometimes you just gotta give it to them.
The music, you know what that means, guys. That means we got a promo. And look, it's Play Poker Go again. Kevin, they got me in another free roll. So I'm going to have to hop in the next free roll on Play Poker Go. These guys, they just keep getting me. PlayPokerGo.com, the home of free online poker, no gimmicks, no bots, just authentic poker that you can play for free. Head on over to PlayPokerGo.com or download it to your iOS or Android device. Get in there now. We got another free roll coming up in a half an hour, exactly a half an hour. 8:30 here in Vegas, 11:30 on the East Coast. So I believe then at 8:30, the players are going to be on dinner break. So it's the perfect thing to do on dinner. Hop into that free roll on playpokergo.com. And let's play some fun and free poker. Let's kill some time. There will be a break in the streaming today while they are on dinner. And then we will be back here later on.
João taking this one down, ace-jack offsuit.
Oh, hit a chip.
Good. You'll tell me what he has, so I don't have to go and look through the break.
On this hand?
No, on the 3-bet.
Jason said, Donnie, let's play a heads-up free roll.
I mean, I will watch it.
I'm not going to play you in a heads-up free roll, but what I am going to do is right now I'm going to playpokergo.com. I am signing in. I'm going to go to the NGNF sit and go section. That's no gamble, no future sit and go section. I'm going to get into this 10K no gamble, no future sit and go. It's a spin and go, okay? I'm going to get in there. I'm going to spin the wheel again. We need 3 people, me and 2 others. So if you guys want to come play with me, come take your shot. Maybe we get sat at the same table, and let's see if we can win whatever the biggest prize is in this jackpot sit and go. So I'm going to go there right now and hop on it. So if you want to come play with me, final shot before the dinner break. How about that?
Dinner break, was it 90 minutes or is it 75? Okay, so they've been going for a while. That's not too bad.
A few more hands of no limit hold'em left here. Still 5-handed at this table, 4-handed at the outer table, 9 players total. Right before these players do go on a dinner break, we will combine to a 1 featured table when we reach 8 players.
Jack 7 offsuit here in the small blind for Yeh.
I don't see any other option except for call, especially when you have such a talented no limit player directly on your left. The big blind ante of 60,000 when it's only 40,000 big blind really incentivizes you to get in there. 20,000 to win the 100,000 already in the middle.
160.
160. Deej, let's just go steakhouse. No, I know. I'll go like after or whatever. You want to go? Yeah.
I think that looks like the face of a man who's about to fold.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned not really liking the fact that you would have Bryn Kenney on your left in no limit hold'em. Same can be said for João Vieira.
Yeah,
You know,
true.
very, very tough spot there.
Not a great situation, that's for sure.
Raise to 100.
We have 15 blinds. We have King Jack suited. Bryn Kenney has opened under the gun. I guess it's technically hijack cutoff.
And Ite announces all in, 605,000.
Got through everyone else so far. Marco not finding anything. This is too many blinds for Bryn to call. Nice pickup, Ite. Add 200K to your stack. Very nice. Nice last hand of no limit hold'em here. Now we have 20 blinds. All in with the threes under the gun. Kind of surprising, but I don't hate it. I think that she's going to play a lot of her strong hands this way too. This isn't really a balancing thing. This is I'm going to play every hand in this way and try to pick up the 120,000 that's in the middle. Another nice pickup.
Rush. Dinner rush.
Dinner rush.
Back to almost $1 million.
Nope. Add 7-6. Oh.
Now we get to play 7 card stud. Maybe.
Octopi Poker is the next generation study system for everyone. That means you out there, you're everyone. From casual players to elite pros like Steven Chidwick, it's fun to use, it is affordable, it is full of features. A great feature as part of Octopi is their vault. You can go on in there, you can see actual live streamed hands, and you can see how players did or should have played them. You can play around with it. PokerGo works with Octopi to send through our live streams. They analyze them, crunch all the data, and then put them in their vault for you guys to play around with and learn through some of the greatest minds in the game. So check that out. It's all available on octopipoker.ai.
You're not inclusive.
Inclusive is the right word, yeah.
We are playing 7 card stud, first hand here.
WSOP.
Andrew Yeh completes here with an ace up. João Vieira
Raise.
raises 160,000. Split nines. I think if Andrew had an extra overcard, I'd be more happy to call overcard to the 9. But the ace-king of clubs working feels like a pretty reasonable spot to continue as well. Does catch an extra club in terms of the 5. João catches an 8 to go along with his 9s. Backdoor straight possibilities. Equities haven't really changed too much. Andrew does check call, 80,000. 600K in the middle already. 3, not the card Andrew is looking for. Pair of 8s. And this hand is now over. Andrew Yeh, 13% equity. Can't beat anything. Has to just give the hand up. And Andrew Yeh slipping under 6 million chips now.
Feels like it's been a day and a half since,
Yeah,
since he's been under 6 million.
He's had some chips. He's had some cards.
But this is also why you build chip leads so that you can absorb these bad stretches in tournaments.
Exactly.
You can, you know, take on some run bad at times. Not everything is going to go your way from start to finish in a poker tournament, of course, but if you are able to extend quite a nice chip lead, then you can absorb these hits as they come.
Deuces spades, bringing in Jack, Jack, 8-7. Bryn Kenney buried aces. Andrew Yeh split eights. Nothing for João. Buried sixes for Marco Johnson. Marco's gonna call this one too.
So funny. How many drafting?
Yeah, fan club.
Hmm?
Fan club.
He's also got me for $90 from his drafting when he's got a bunch of bets. That also helps.
That helps, yeah. That helps the cheering section go up.
Bryn catches the 8 that Andrew Yeh was looking for. Marco catches a queen and decides to lead it, representing a flush draw. I actually really like this from Marco. It doesn't necessarily need to be jacks or 8s from everyone else. We could use our image to try and push everyone else around. Bryn Kenney kind of sees right through it. Aces, obviously going to put in a raise here. Johnson does make the call. 32% equity, looking for a 6.
It's a 9 for Johnson and a deuce for Kenney.
Normally, you can just give up at this point as Johnson with nothing really working for you. We only have 2 spades, not 3. We don't have any straight draws. We just have 1 pair of 6s. But the extra bet on the previous street means you're getting a much greater price to try and continue make 2 pair, make 3 of a kind.
Johnson does make the call. He gets a king. Kenney gets a 7.
Still 1 pair versus 1 pair here. Johnson thinks that Kenney has a pair of jacks. It's his most logical holding. So having the queen and king overs are very important for Johnson here. Not knowing that Bryn Kenney does have aces. If Kenney makes aces up and Johnson makes a king or a queen, we might see a lot of bets get piled in. As played, we can't fold yet. This pot is becoming massive.
There is the call from Marco Johnson. 1.3 million in the middle, 7th Street down and dirty.
Can we improve?
Johnson gets a 5, so no improvement there. Kenney does get a jack to make 2 pair, aces up.
It's actually not terrible news for Johnson. He didn't make queens up or kings up, so he's not going to lose any bets on this street. He's going to go check. Bryn Kenney's going to bet, and Johnson's just going to fold.
Players in the BBC complete this hand. You'll be on a 1-hour dinner break.
I improved.
Played that hand really bad.
Feature table while you're on dinner break.
Yeah.
No, I played that hand really bad.
Oh.
I had 2 6s. But I thought I could rep spades.
Johnson saying there that he played the hand bad.
I don't hate the way he played it. He just ran into it. I mean, what do you... You made a read, you made a play. Stick with it.
So the players are going on a dinner break, a 1-hour dinner break. Going to play this hand out here on the outer table. They are playing no limit hold'em. Looks like that 6 of hearts is going to take it for Albert Daher.
Right, you're on dinner break, everyone.
And with that, the final 9 are going to head off to eat some grub. PokerGo streaming is going to end for this part. You guys can tune in later tonight, 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 10 p.m. Pacific Time for part 2 of day 4 of the $50,000 Poker Players Championship here from the 2025 World Series of Poker. It was a pleasure to have Gavin Gerhardt alongside of me. Here you see the Oats Overnight Tournament summary. We are down to 9. They are chasing the $1.33 million first place prize. You know what I'm going to do on dinner? I'm going to head on over to playpokergo.com. There's a free roll starting in 15 minutes, so I'm going to get in there. Hope to see you guys there. If not, see you back here in about an hour and 45 minutes.